Scuff marks, question, more scum, answer, more scum and dregs. Goads and pricks from Clito's new yard, goods for nothing, fresh turds, dross, swarf, to begin with the ends, kindling, sewer age, from within and without, the abysmal stench, excrement, grubby marks and scuff marks from kicking the door. The revised extended Manchester text, produced for Bound Art Book Fair, Manchester, December 2024. The Manchester text, provisionally produced as an initial draft for the exhibition, title undecided, at the Durning Library, Kennington, London, January 2025.
Scuff marks, a lumpen statement, crudely Marxist towards a vulgar theory of artistic production, produced in the form of a written assertion of ongoing artistic intention, 2023 to 24. No preface for this text stuck through, but for the September handout. All contributions shall be brought forward to the end of the coming year. We see you smile at the thought of that, the coming to terms with quantity and quality. So far, but always liable to change, containing the following: Slug with a Stick by NEC Dictat. We suppose without looking at the figures, it has been a wet month. That was just yesterday. On revised citation that instantly cries up from the residue, at a speed divested of charm or any required decency. There is no alarm at the list of constraints of the cost mount and the pre-tax void. All the bills still running on a double entry. Recordings where the first thing to hear is the drone. Always the drone. A dissertation on the fly aesthetic in music from Mandé in West Africa. A standing order or direct debit on the proprietary website, seemingly impossible to divest of, to be sent away, now very quietly indeed, in the logic of deletion and intention. Then bitterness and bad blood. All notes made after work, the forms of power, a polluting reality, to be set in Futura or something else Germanic, is Haas Dutch, what is not to be done.
Quote, one's first feeling is that in describing Shakespeare as a bad writer, Tolstoy is saying something demonstrably untrue. But this is not the case. In reality, there is no kind of evidence or argument by which one can show that Shakespeare or any other writer is good, nor is there any way of definitively proving that Shakespeare or any other writer is bad. Ultimately, there is no test of artistic merit except survival, which is itself an index to majority opinion. Orwell, 1947.
Quote, the condition in Tolstoy's views are indeed a mirror of those conditions in which the peasantry had to play their historical part in our revolution. That's Lenin, 1908.
So, introduction, containing a highlighting of the importance of the idea that this text is part of an art practice, not just some artist's or gallery's excuse, interpretation or afterthought. This is followed by a need by us to understand contemporary conditions of capitalist production in relation to cultural production. Have we accidentally hit upon that point? To produce a text that is practical in its relation to our production, a relationship akin to the screwdriver's relation to the screw, the hammer to the nail, saw to wood, scythe to grass, bolster to stone, etc. Or perhaps the relationship is nearer to the Manchester screwdriver, the hammer to the screw. A second paragraph where Althusser, Shklovsky and LUMPEN are rather neatly co-opted by us to bolster an idea of the art world being identified as a closed and fully formed ideology. We go on from this to state brazenly that art, in its current form, is unteachable. We appearingly muddy the waters around this by our usual return to the art hood versus art argument, leaping into a vulgar pre-capital Grundrisian Marxist rendition of the production of a piano is a distinct outcome of productive labour, whereas the piano player's output is not an output of productive labour concept, dropping Brecht into the mix in the meantime. It's all rounded off with a couple of questions. Is the production of art possible in current conditions, where art functions ideologically as a closed, self-determining system, where in fact no art but only arthood appear to be productively possible?
This text constitutes a part of the output of an art practice, a practical attempt at engaging with and understanding the production and distribution of work in the current capitalist conditions of production, and the consequent necrosis of cultural production. Better late than never. It is important to say, at risk of being misunderstood as merely covering our backs, that the present text is propagated with contradictions, errors, dead ends, in the form of failed attempts at solutions, etc., but equally we assert that in their absence or successful resolution, the text would be entirely useless. Its dialectical in nature of considering an art practice as part of a totality is necessary for functioning as a means of keeping the practice purposeful in terms of maintaining an art practice, as opposed to terminating one. The text holds to its own content, as at best provisional, and as mentioned, contingent on only potentially useful. The present text must be considered suspect inasmuch as it is the product of a suspect social system, specifically the system of art as an ideology. Similarly, the practical artwork that results from the practice must be criticised as having been determined by the conditions that produce the system in which that work is tied. Art, viewed as a social system, like all social systems, changes constantly in the course of their ceaseless dialectical interactions with each other. A dialectical conception of the totality can approach social processes by dissolving the fetishistic nature of artwork as products of capitalist modes of production and exposes their illusory nature, revealing them as having grown in the soil of capitalism. Ideas held by the agents of the capitalist system of production, the ideologies of its ruling class. The present text's predominant purpose is, above all, as ever, to contribute to the working out of what to do next in terms of the production of artwork, the continuation of an art practice. Regarding the practice directly, it constitutes an attempt to produce something distinct from what Lenin, criticising Tolstoy's failure to comprehend the bourgeois system of capitalism that had already taken root in Little England, as constituting a threat to Russian society, described as dreamy, diffuse and impotent lamentations. It seems from the context in which art practices are determined, such insular lamentations are prevalent and easily done, if not impossible to avoid. The present text is practical in the sense that it is formulated after the fact of the foremost activity of material artistic practice, the production of physical artwork. It is distinct from the production of the physical artwork, but contingent on that artwork's production, remaining provisional and intermediate. The physical artwork comes about incrementally in the form of pencil drawings made directly from photographs.
Much of the contents of the present text depends on a theoretical identification of the art world as constituting a fully formed ideology in the sense elaborated by Althusser as applied to education, of its operating as a reflection or representation of the relation between people, artists, or particular objects, artworks, and the real world, and artworks being distinct from the real world in only offering us the limited relation between art and the real world. Art giving us a way in which to perceive the real world without providing us with any knowledge whatever of the real world. This is similarly evoked by Shklovsky. The purpose of art is to impact the sensation of things as they are perceived and not as they are known. This identification of art as ideology corresponds in a distinct but related sense to it also constituting a fully formed describing social system, fully formed, or in other words closed social system, as elaborated by LUMPEN. Because of our propensity to appropriate whatever we've read for our own limited purposes, both more or less constitute the same thing in terms of defining the social formation of arthood. Both signal yet another additional characteristic of contemporary art, that it is, in its current form, entirely unteachable, and therefore the notion of teaching art constitutes a misnomer. We should probably be wary not to inadvertently propagate a misunderstanding that when we write art is unteachable, we mean something of the type, one cannot teach artistic intuition, it is either naturally imbued in the individual or it isn't. Rather, we mean art is unteachable on the basis that all declarations as to its validity are vacuous, thus crumble at the merest evocation of tutelage, which constitutes the essence of teaching. The identification almost entirely ignores how the constitutive of such a denotation actually physically manifests itself as an artwork, having already established that they have little to offer by way of knowledge. Though the present text does touch on a shift in the determining relations of production of artworks and a corresponding shift in their consumption, from art into arthood by emphasising a concurrent shift from a teachable form of art production into an unteachable form. The indissoluble denotation of art as a special province of cultural activity that uniquely is not unencumbered by any last instance determination of the economic structure having held sway in current conditions of artistic production for some time. At least since its mutation into an ideological unteachable closed sphere. In order to argue from the point of view of negating art's special province, we wonder if, on the subject of art, Marx left his critical faculties at home and remained within the conventions and categories of his time, guided presumably by weightier concerns, or at least if Marx's assumption about art's emancipatory or capitalist resistant properties are right, then it might mark a site where those impressive properties might, after defeating the capitalists, after overthrowing the exploiters, will extend to the whole of society. Marx, in a footnote in the Grundrisse, argues, using the example of a piano maker and prefiguring Brecht's Messenkauf, that the production of a piano is a distinct outcome of productive labour, whereas the piano player's output, i.e. their music, is not an output of productive labour, as this form of unproductive labour does not contribute towards the reproduction of capital. This might have been truer in the mid-19th century in terms of a jobbing musician who essentially only exchanges his labour for revenue, but more difficult to accept in relation to the current monumentally expanded culture industry wholly absorbed into marketisation and capitalist production of artworks as commodities realised and valorised through exchange and distribution. Marx was writing from the perspective of a bourgeois political economy where production very specifically constituted work on raw materials to be transformed into commodities for exchange and distribution within the capitalist system. Therefore, for Marx, piano equals commodity, music equals non-commodity. This raises the question, what is music as a product of capitalist society if it isn't a commodity? Within the brief footnote, Marx is inflexible. Labour becomes productive only by producing its own opposite, with no possibility that in some unconventional art it does produce its own opposite, and does not allow the so-called unproductive work to be productive indirectly. The exclusion of music, and presumably by implication all art, aesthetic manoeuvring from the entire material social process, alienates whatever the category of the output of the unproductive labourer constitutes, aesthetic object, superstructural anomaly, etc., as wholly ideological and as somehow distinctly, what magically, determined, presumably leaving a corresponding middling-sized hole in any consideration of the surviving capitalist actual social productive process. The exclusion of art and the implication that it does not constitute a real social practice pushes its participants into autonomous, internal self-description. This exclusion promotes a thickening, well-buttressed reinforcement of the boundary between art as specifically its ideological form, arthood, and the real world, the dissection of the various aspects of capital itself, hardwired as inbuilt protection for artistic practice from being considered as determined economically, and maintains them as cosseted in their own isolated realm as special province or deterministically undefined production. Cue the spotlight on the artist as preordained authentication for whatever comes out of their unproductive labour.
The identification of art as an ideology, in addition to constituting a closed system, or of prioritising the definition of art as an ideology over the definition of art as a closed system, has the benefit of elaborating art as specifically representing a system of beliefs characteristic of a certain class. This allows for the consideration of the system of art's lack of inclusivity in terms of class, race, gender, etc. Considered as an ideology, art is constitutive of an endless supply of subjective definitions of apparently objective criteria. Objectivity acquired by an acceptable class sense, knowing what one likes being a characteristically bourgeois ability.
Is the production of art possible in current conditions where art functions ideologically as a closed self-determining system, where in fact not art but only arthood appear to be productively possible?
Framework, materialism and maintaining a failed practice. Part 1. Containing the setting out of an argument where contemporary art is formulated and functions as a necessary abstraction. The nature of how this abstraction works and seems to appear is gone into, showing that formal changes that might constitute a distinct mode of production are not contested. Without the individualistic historicist bent to the description of art, arthood reveals itself as little more than a means of bourgeois acquisition or balance sheet. The frees masters contradiction is then invented. In addition, here's an unsourced Marx quote. Since art is an aspect of man's attempt to actually transform reality, it is necessary comes into conflict with capitalist society. For capitalism reduces everything to the value expressed in terms of money. Even the greatest work of art can be measured as the same value as a certain quantity of manure. We then go into an explanation of how the abstraction leads directly to art as an ideology, losing its previous relationship to ideology in the process. Welcome to the happy, clappy, crappy, delusional world of everyone's an artist, anything can be art, let's make every school an art school. To a world only of an internalised self-description, where criticism or questioning would only be seen to lower the vibe or depress the atmos. Let's celebrate artists wholesale. The third paragraph outlining how taste in art remains a class position, how bourgeois categories are the currency and domain of the privileged few, categories decided without recourse to a proletariat. Artworks to be consumed as immutable objects where we are encouraged to willfully forget their relations and conditions of production. This leads textually to how the development of art has been described as something that rejects industrial capitalism, and how useful it is to the capitalist to create the figure of the artist as a lone romantic individual, the idiot savant relieving himself of his naturally born excretia. How the artist's shit is made up from a different diet entirely to other people's shit, and how artworks differ from common commodities. We follow this by an affirming statement in regards to how art is determined by both its history and by its economy, quoting ourselves, The hegemonic commitment, almost entirely illusory, to art's lack of correspondence to commodity production is propagated through the entire system by a range of ideological apparatuses, from the educational ideological apparatus to the corporate ideological apparatus, and its position as committed to reproducing itself in the interest of a particular class. End quote. The special province of art, allowing it to be both oppositional and complicit in its relation to capitalism, to get out of jail free card played by cultural institutions, an explication around the details about art offering a positive alternative to the dominant social formations, and how criticism blah blah blah.
The idea of current art, the notion of contemporary art as a concept in itself, is formulated and functions as an abstraction, abstracted from its greatest art historical achievement. Contemporary art is in part determined by its history. The properties and qualities, the achievements of individual historical examples of artworks are transferred through a process of abstraction into a concept based on the value inherent in art accumulated by its historical precedent. The misconception widely propagated that art is always a continuation of a fixed reservoir of meaning constitutes a static ontology. It constitutes a part, tense, present and inevitable future homogeneity of past accomplishments. The historical origins of this conception of art connected to a significant past protects it from accusations of meaninglessness, in the sense that the abstracted concept of art now relates relatively directly to the individual achievement of individual historical examples, of an uninterrupted art historical continuity, offering justification for potentially any contemporary work produced. The abstraction of art as a concept has it that the immediate and individual are perceived as if the abstraction from its precedence has been dissolved. Formal changes are superficially tacked, but the possibility of formal changes constituting a distinct mode of production remains uncontested. The possibility that art's forms have changed so radically that they require an entirely new written from scratch, morphology to be apprehended is missing the point. The overblown terms in which contemporary art is couched often refer to its rejection of older tradition being unapologetically replaced by apparently significant paradigm shifts in originality, avant-garde, cutting edge, the shock of the new, etc. Yet without its reliance on its historical progenitors, the great forefathers, arthood is easily dismantled and exposed as an insubstantial sphere constituting little more than a means of bourgeois acquisition. The presuppositions summoned forth as a means of justifying the new at the expense of the old are the same as those that contribute to the dismantling of the notion of contemporary art itself. This constitutes a pretty pervasive contradiction of arthood. It claims to replace an irrelevant past while also relying on the same past to justify its own relevance. No incremental stages from then to now, as defined by concrete examples, as defined by diffuse abstractions, are identifiable. This abstraction both initiates and constitutes the emergence of art as an ideology, of functioning ideologically, rather than just maintaining a particular relationship with ideology, such as court painter, socialist painter, etc.
For art to be functioning wholly ideologically is to say it is alienated from the real world it seeks to represent one way or another. The abstraction consists of a transformation from concrete historical samples to an art system defined by functioning as a swamp of undifferentiated equivalence with real life, including the subject's specific history it parasitically elaborates. Anything can be art, everyone is an artist, etc. Always paying lip service to its inclusivity, always simultaneously exerting its critical ability to exclude what it considers to be negligible examples. The historic development of art, of specific materials and specific forms of presentation is replaced, while retaining its historic validity, with, or at least displaced by, an internalised self-describing system. where the production of art is considered by its adherents as actually cohering with real life. Subjective, living experience elaborating art and vice versa. This abstracted version of art as a concept becomes so internally fixed it is difficult to imagine how it could be effectively questioned and criticised externally, from outside its self-proving parameters. That criticism within the sphere of art constitutes a form of internal production itself, defying its usual exteriority, suggests it cannot. This notion coheres with our use here of arthood generally.
The notion of the continuation of historic tendencies in terms of the use of art for a particular class supplies a culturally advanced opportunity for an audience to develop and refine its application of good taste in response to an artwork. A middle-class audience would be less likely to wax lyrical about contemporary cartoon renditions of neoclassicism's conventional subject matter, for example, without an a priori correspondence between the contemporary pastiche pictures and their historical 18th century referent. The middle class quite reasonably like to be safeguarded against their own propensity for looking stupid. The development of the artist as autonomous, imaginative and creative in contradistinction to an earlier criterion of technical, scientific and skill-based, of a production verifiable as technically right or wrong, rejecting a passive apprehension in favour of an exploration of conditions that produce the work, is dominant in its retention of tradition throughout the various historical developments. Many of these historical changes have become increasingly defined by class position. The taste of a particular class in contrast to the perceived ignorance of another culturally ill-equipped, aesthetically redundant class. Socially creative freedom and autonomy facilitated by private wealth, conventions and traditions being established and preserved, housed in institutions acceptable to only an upwardly mobile, well-educated and privileged middle and upper class. The classification of art as an ideology instantly renders all ideas and references expressed within the context of artistic production as constitutive of class positions. They are therefore false positions, inherently illusory, in the absence of a formation of a proletariat that is contingent on the abolition of all class positions. The ability to use taste, sensibility, etc., even if ironically as a social means to access privileged groups and to discriminate good from bad are characteristically bourgeois categories. This is emphasised in the prioritisation of discussion focused around artworks, based on their consumption as immutable objects rather than on their determination within the conditions and relations of their production. Quote, thus, these forms of concepts of art and criticism are, in the perspective of historical social development, forms of class specialism and control of a general social practice, and a class limitation of the questions which it might raise. Raymond, close quote, Raymond Williams. That same paragraph. The development of art framed as a means of imagination and creativity, as an extension of nature itself, operates as antithetical to the socially repressive and culturally mechanical forms of production associated with industrial capitalism. This accompanies the idea of the artist functioning as a kind of conscientious objector, successfully abrogating the wage labour production of commodities held at arm's length by freewheeling, naturally autonomous creativity. The delusion of how exactly artworks differ from commodities is hazily defined, but that they do differ is accepted wholesale, or for reasons intimately tied to considerations of exchange, value and career development is loyally defended. Artworks are precisely in their objective structure the products of a definite historical epoch, namely capitalism. When the art system maintains that the manner in which artworks immediately present themselves in an adequate foundation of artistic apprehension and conceptualization, and that this context is an appropriate set of conditions for the formation of artistic concepts. It does so simply and dogmatically on the basis of capitalist society. It uncritically accepts the formation of the art object as it is given, and the laws of capitalist society as an unalterable foundation for the apprehension of art. In the context of Marx's dictum, quote, "the relations of production of every society form a whole," end quote, it is difficult to comprehend artworks as something miraculously different from commodities. This is simply how they relate to society as a part of that whole, that totality. We stated above that current art is determined in part by its history, in part because current art's other primary determining factor is, in the last instance, economic, an economy bolstered by the affirmation of art history. In the absence of clear elaborations of justification, various forms of obfuscation are deployed, which in turn become the defining characteristics of artwork. The hegemonic commitment, almost entirely illusory, to art's lack of correspondence to commodity production is propagated throughout the entire art system by a range of ideological apparatuses, from the educational ideological apparatus to the corporate ideological apparatus, and its position is committed to reproducing itself in the interests of a particular class. The concept of art and nature, particularly in response to the Industrial Revolution, joined forces in opposition at points along their development. The result, anyway, was the opening up for art of functioning or fulfilling the necessity of a special province of artistic production distinct from the industrial capitalist order. This distinction has rendered it both as oppositional to capitalism and complicit in its purpose, all in equal measure.
The position of art as offering a positive alternative to the critical formations it had successfully isolated itself from subsequently resulted in critical internal assertions. This criticality, sometimes negative, was not so much directed from the sphere of art outwards at the social formations it rejected, and its term surpassed, but instead internally distinguishing between, for example, discursive art and representational art, also drawing distinctions between its own apparently critically accepted versions and the versions lacking criticality, popular craft, amateur, local design, i.e. tied surreptitiously to function and hourly wage. In other words, art became selective and self-defining, and not least self-important. No longer was all art imaginative or creative. In fact, no longer was all art necessarily art in its esoteric, obfuscated selectivity. Criticism became primary necessity as a means of validating this specialised and selective category constructed to attempt to mitigate accusations of arbitrariness. Suddenly, art became defined by its discrimination between actual good or significant examples, with a consequent grading of failed, poor, irrelevant, negligible, etc. examples. Criticism became the means by which values were asserted and established. As stated, this notion of criticism depended on the establishment of a relation between art as an abstracted ideology and the traditions and forms of its historical predecessors.
The notion of the established traditions of artistic production was successfully transferred into this new mutation. Not everything made the grade. Criticism selected and rejected and thus asserted its artistic values through an ongoing, often contested but always self-defining process of exclusion and inclusion. This process eventually became an essential element of the production of the art system itself, at least commensurate with artworks themselves. If not, in relation to those failed excluded examples, unquestionably superior. Criticism functioning as an embedded, supplemental and codependent means of art production. The result being a totalised allocation of an internal, specialised, self-defining consensus about which to question critically is considered at best ignorance, engaging in the wrong kind of criticism, or at worst puerile Philistinism. The implication here being that art is far too complicated an issue for just anyone, i.e. those external to the system, to sustain the requisite knowledge and understanding to critique. But even the most limited survey of the utterances of contemporary, successful, dominant, alternative, residual, emergent art world participants reveals, on the contrary, an incoherent verbal deposit of stuttering, nonsensical platitudes.
Intentions, specifically those formulated by artists, are determined only after initial moves into a practical engagement in the material production of artwork. Production of art constitutes a part of an already functioning, developing social formation that incorporates other people's material activity, whose intentions are just as thoroughly determined, initially by their practical engagement with that material activity, initiated primarily by the requirement for shelter, subsistence, and the minimum acceptable level of comfort. These material necessities prefigure making work, thinking work, and its subsumption into an expanded swamp of the networked world of art. They also prefigure art as ideology. For Marx, the artist is a communal being, a being that is only consummate theoretically and practically in universal human relations with men and with his objects. End quote. Some sort of dialectical materialist approach to maintaining art practice would constitute a means for considering how to maintain an art practice in the current social conditions. This is a quote. Dialectical materialism includes in its comprehension an affirmative recognition of the existing state of things. At the same time, also the recognition of the negation of that state, of its inevitable breaking up, because it regards historically developed social form as in fluid movement, and therefore takes into account its transient nature, no less than its momentary existence, because it let nothing impose upon it, and is in its essence critical and revolutionary. End quote. That's Marx again. If the real situation that artworks both comprise of and construct is to be fully comprehended and understood, the distinction between real existence and the inner core must be grasped clearly and precisely. Last bit was Lukács. A dialectical materialist approach to maintaining an art practice would, to use Marx's words, superfluous if the outward appearance of things coincided with their essence. End quote. We must detach artworks from the phenomena as it is apprehended socially to comprehend them and understand the links between what they do and don't show, such as themselves as commodity, ideology, etc. We might get close to an understanding of their apparent form and see it as a form in which the inner core necessarily appears. This is necessary because of the historical character of art, of its reliance upon constituting, thank you, an expression of historical continuity, because they have grown pervasively in the depleted soil of capitalist society. The appearance of current art is of a continuation of historic precedents, while in actuality they constitute a continuity of the corporative commodity form transposed to the special province of production and consumption. This all runs counterintuitively to the participants of the system of art, who remain cornered by modes of thought created by capitalism that nevertheless yields a sense of having fulfilled some created provision. For the system of art, the notion that art constitutes a realm of free creativity is synonymous with the notion that democracy constitutes a realm of political freedom. That art is an ideology, that it is, against all bourgeois appearances, the product of capitalism before it is anything else. The present text constitutes a crude form of dialectics that attempts to avoid the apprehension of artworks in an abstracted isolation, merely beholding them as abstracted, distinct and unencumbered by the concrete totality of the relations of capitalist production, thus obfuscating the historical, transitory, ever-developing nature of capitalist society. This is something we will elaborate on later in the present text, using Jeremy Daller's The Battle of Orgreave as an appropriate elaborate, which, like all capitalist artworks, all artworks, take on the appearance of timeless eternal categories as one of innumerable examples of fetishized, isolated parts of timeless social formation. Artworks as the product of capitalist society, like capitalism itself, must be presented as eternally predestined, as natural and inherently reasonable. In other words, the presentation of art as conceiving itself as an ideology. In regards to this necessary continual dialectical process of digging into the roots beneath the appearance of art, as mediated by glossy relations of distribution, such as Daller's, we transpose the following two full paragraphs from Lukács into the context of artworks understood as isolated facts of social life. This is the quote. Only in this context, which sees the isolated facts of social life as aspects of the historical process and integrates them in a totality, can knowledge of the facts hope to become knowledge of reality. This knowledge starts from the simple and, to the capitalist world, pure, immediate, natural determinants described above. It progresses from them to the knowledge of the concrete totality, i.e., to the conceptual reproduction of reality. This concrete totality is by no means an unmediated datum for thought. The concrete is concrete, Marx says, because it is a synthesis of many particular determinants, i.e. a unity of diverse elements. Idealism succumbs here to the delusion of confusing the intellectual reproduction of reality with the actual structure of reality itself. For, in thought, reality appears as the process of synthesis, not as a starting point, but as an outcome, or it is the real starting point, and hence the starting point for perception and ideas. End quote. Art's initial material moves nowadays presumably stretch back to the early years educational apparatus of art. Poster paint potato prints initiated as reward and means of brightening up the classroom environment, a kind of exhibitionism in its embryonic form. The axiomatic and authoritative understanding that art is always a good thing, that some art is preferable to none, is uncritically indoctrinated from here on in. The educational system's function as an ideological state apparatus is as a contribution towards the reproduction of the relations of production, of capital's relation of exploitation. How this process contributes specifically to the determination of the art world is initially more a byproduct of the educational ideological state apparatus' primary purpose, the reduction of its postulants to the respective societal class functions, an apprenticeship of inculcating the requisite know-how that practically provides the ideology, corresponding to the particular roles within the wider class-based social formation. For those that move towards art through deliberate choice or through lack of suitability for more conventionally prescribed roles, they are unlikely to cast off the fancy wrapping of the consistent inculcation of the relations of production in a capitalist social formation. But here the nascent artist is malleable to specific ideological dominance supplied by the apparatus of art's educational system. Presumably the most insidious and prevalent aspect of the preliminary ideological state apparatus of the early years educational system that persists in its later manifestation in the figure of the artist or the art student is the compliant acceptance of the educational system as a neutral sphere, as actually unencumbered by ideology, the artist as an ideologically liberated individual. This false notion of neutrality, of art as transcending ideology, its material causes and the conditions of its production coheres closely with the apparent neutrality of the corresponding system of art, and particularly artists' autonomous relations of production, again as an ideologically free sphere. The confluence of these two deterministic streams coming together to produce a broader torrent of an institutional formation in which the artist learns to produce and learns a particular way in which to justify that production facilitates merely thinking done from within the parameters of the social system itself, an autotelic form of thinking that remains self-describing in its reinforcing of a construction required by the bourgeois capitalist formation.
This inculcated knowledge of art as a neutral safe house free from ideology manifests itself in artists as a catastrophic lack of suspicion of the system of which they contribute and which absorbs them and their neutrality and renders them an inert supplicant, motivated primarily by the possibility of success. Problematically, from an emancipatory point of view, it encourages them to engage their individuality and ingenuity, put all of themselves into their artistic endeavours, to carry out their artistic production with an advanced, complex awareness of consciousness, without any realisation that their devotion to creative production merely contributes to the maintenance and reproduction of an ideological version of art production.
This ideology is the result of initial practical material engagement, what art school facilities, warmth, the obvious cunts propagating Gander, his own American referent, light, time, etc., in order to physically produce work. As Marx put it, the phantoms formed in the human brain are also necessarily sublimates of the material life process, which is empirically verifiable and bound to material premises. Consciousness does not determine life, but life determines consciousness. Marx quote. It is not artists' intentions that determine their artistic practices, but on the contrary, their artistic activities, operative within the particular social formation, that determine their intentions. The implications of this are that what determines the social formation of the art world, essentially the economic base, also determines artwork. It might be useful here to acknowledge economic activity as constituting the base, political organisation, and ideological forms, including art, constituting the superstructure. Ideology is constituting a part of every socially formed totality. For Volosinov, this comes down to how actual existence, the basis, determines sign, and how sign reflects and refracts existence in its process of a generation. Okay.
Marx points out, quote, "What distinguishes the worst architect from the best of bees is this, that the architect raises his structure in imagination before he enacts it in reality," end quote. The decision to first make a piece of art takes some preliminary thinking, admittedly not always a lot, but whatever thinking goes on is predicated on the social formation in which the work is thought out. Thinking art is predetermined by and contingent on some engagement in practical activity within some socially formed environment or state apparatus, work, home, art school, art world, etc. From this material engagement in relation to others, intentions of producers, specifically as artists, emerge, and at some point, if thinking is not overwhelmingly seduced by an ideological version of art production that sits closest to the economic base, such as the avant-garde model of the artistic subject, then practice potentially becomes critical. But it is no less determined by the economic base. Some artists indeed attempt to reject the ideological version of the art system in which they are trapped. They are a minority on the periphery of a majority that barely suspects that their commitments contribute to the maintenance of a system of art that constitutes only an ideological version of artwork, that functions as one of innumerable means by which capitalism's relations of exploitation are reproduced. Thus, the qualification already stated as of the present text being dependent, contingent, etc., on the production of the drawings, which are themselves contingent on the social formation of art, which is an ideological version of art in the terminology of the present text. In the terminology of the present text, art.
The present text is theoretical in the sense that its purpose is to try to work out the purpose of producing the drawings within specific social formation. It is theoretical after the fact of material activity. Theory being grounded in, or as the product of, material practice. The point of producing drawings is to allow the practical activity to contribute towards attempts at solving theoretical problems. Although presumably problems can be solved, contradiction on the other hand can only be ignored, managed or challenged. The truly emancipated artist could at best aim to challenge the inherent contradictions of maintaining art practice in conditions prescribed, prefigured, predetermined by capital.
The earlier use of the words provisional and intermediate to describe the body of drawings are intended to indicate more accurately that the present text relies for its production only on the potential that a body of artwork is produced. The text does not rely on the full realisation or completion of a body of artwork, but rather that some artwork is at least planned. The relations of artistic production are determined by the relations of artistic distribution. The output of the social formation of art is always infiltrated by the relations of artistic distribution and therefore is always apprehended by an audience in the past tense. Social processes are always configured in art as always having happened. Cultural activity is always experienced as absolutely defined, realised and signed off by the artist. The signing off is not only ratified and qualified by the institution of art but determined by it. The potential of the poetics of the artwork as an artwork, as an object that bears in itself the errors and mistakes of production, is annulled. On the subject of artistic activity being converted into forms as opposed to forming or formative processes, the strongest barrier to the recognition of human cultural activity, quote, the strongest barrier to the recognition of human cultural activity is the immediate and regular conversion of experience into finished products, often asserted as forms themselves in contention with other known forms, the subjective as distinct from the objective, experience from belief, feeling from thought, the immediate from the general, the personal from the social. Against these personal forms, the ideological systems of fixed social generality of categorical products of absolute formations are relatively powerless within their specific dimensions, end quote, Raymond Williams. That the body of artwork remains on the back burner in varying degrees, such as in progress, suspended, sidelined, etc., does not negate the purpose of the present text, hence the use of the words provisional and intermediate in relation to the artwork in the form of drawings and contingent in relation to the text.
The present text implies intermittently throughout, and in fact here and there states explicitly, that a general and generally unavoidable condition in which current art is produced can be characterised as the relations of distribution of the social formation or system of art as operative within the relations of the same system's production. This contradiction constitutes a significantly and potentially the most significant problem in any attempt to maintain an art practice in current capitalist conditions of cultural production, that the subsumption of art into arthood, where art ends and arthood begins, is proportional to the degree in which the relations of production have been subsumed into relations of distribution. Or to put it another way, that the degree to which art is deteriorated and atrophied into a state no longer applicable to the use of the term art, but rather to something else, for want of a better term, arthood, is proportional to the degree in which the relations of distribution have infiltrated the relations of production. Might be worth repeating.
Yeah.
If this constitutes anything like an accurate characterization, then some provisional status imposed on the as yet unproduced output of an art practice, maintained as incomplete, etc., might offer a means by which an art practice could seek to exploitate arthood, or at least abrogate the effects, which of success career, the market-orientated output, caused by the foregoing characterization. For example, the working out of physical artworks that incorporates material realities that mitigate an easy transition into the relations of distribution, that the physical work could be curtailed and hamstrung within the relations of its production, forestalling its subsumption into the current capitalist conditions of cultural production. If the work was excessively ambitious in terms of factors like size, in relation to requirements of skill and available labour time, that the work or suspended output of the practice dominate and monopolise the relation of the practice's production, produce an excess of theoretical surplus as opposed to a corresponding dearth of actually physically existing surplus. Should demand somehow increase due to some unforeseen aberrant scarcity, the likelihood of it corresponding with levels of supply are diminished, thus effectively driving a wedge between the relations of the work's production and the relations of its projected distribution and consumption by way of being contingent on deliberately improbable terms of completion, assuming completion to be a prerequisite of distribution. Is consumption of artwork contingent on completed artwork? It is true that the work could still engage in the relations of distribution at some point in the future, or incomplete provisional or propositional form. A more familiar state is, for example, of unfinished work by dead artists. The chances of completion have been seriously undermined. But the prospect of a successful artistic career is significantly derailed in the absence of supplying profligate production and a correspondingly demanding distribution. If such a prospect can be delegitimised a priori within, say, a refigured educational apparatus, what terms of success might be initiated? How to maintain a failed practice? Or can an art practice be maintained in such a way that itself undermines its ability to reproduce the relations of its own production to the extent that it cannot engage in the relations of distribution? An art practice that treads a fine line between doing enough to merit the definition art practice, artist, etc., in the present active sense, but not enough to facilitate integration into the relations of distribution, which tend in appreciation, apprehension and comprehension to be formulated in the past tense.
Rather than saying the text is contingent on the production of a provisional body of artwork, it might be more useful to say that the text is contingent on the drawings specifically being provisional, the text relying on the provisional status of the drawings. Whereas if the body of artwork, the drawings, was considered absolute, completed, fully realised, etc., the text would be rendered meaningless, redundant, either by inverting itself to operate as an artwork in its own right, as in text artwork, or reverting and being reduced to the status of writing produced in response to art, criticism, artist statement, etc., as in a text about art. That the drawings are ongoing and have the potential to be added to or binned, etc., at some point in the future allows the text its status of being useful. If this text stated that it was equally provisional and intermediate, in that its purpose is defined as a response to a provisional body of work, the statement would become contradictory and problematic at the point in which the text was, for instance, written out, read out, printed out, rendered, finished. This constitutes a bourgeois propensity for looking stupid.
That the present text constitutes output of practice does not mean it constitutes art. We'd admit to seeing the drawings in those terms, or at least admit we'd have greater difficulty in seeing them as anything other than art in its current manifestation. Whereas the text, although somehow falling short of functioning as artwork, does for us retain an equal status with the drawings within the practice, primarily because without them the practice will quickly run its course. It also seems unlikely that the assumptions as to the purpose of producing visual art will be effectively disaffirmed by operating within such assumptions. That the text is considered equal to the drawings but distinct in not being art may be indicative of art's slipperiness when it comes to defining it. A slipperiness that the art world is consistent in perpetuating. The text constitutes art practice more convincingly than the drawings do, because the drawings, as drawings with all their attendant historical baggage, though we claim no historical equivalence, are more likely to be incorporated into a dominant culture. The drawings, as drawings, ever run the risk of being co-opted into an incorporated residual culture. Broadly, to reiterate, the material production of the drawings alone would not be sufficient to justify the continuation of an art practice, although they probably do constitute artwork. They allow for the production of the texts, which do to some extent constitute the practice as a theoretical component, but probably don't constitute artwork.
The present text is an attempt to consider the drawings as an ongoing body of work as a form of social production, to consider them as determined by the social formation in which they were produced, of a system of art defined as an enclosed totality consisting of circulatory processes punctuated by particular moments. The social formation in which art is reproduced has to be considered as having been determined by a deep-rooted economic base, and by criticising, opposing and ultimately challenging the social formation or infrastructure, it is hoped that the base is criticised, opposed and changed. No less than an emancipatory form of art practice aimed at art status as subjugated by capital. That art as superstructure ranks some distance in the hierarchical organisation of the social formation of art from the economic base, and not least that this attempt at emancipatory transformation is a tall order, should not preclude the attempt at transforming the base through the maintenance of an oppositional, emergent, non-incorporated or incorporated art practice as a part of the superstructure. This is distinct from an art practice that acknowledges these inherent contradictions of the art system, yet continues its practice. At the same time, an alternative, emergent, non-incorporated or incorporated art practice. The maintenance of an oppositional, emergent, not incorporated art practice is the only means by which to situate the maintenance of an art practice in relation to the economic base, short of allowing one's practice to be subsumed by the dominant culture, incorporated, or to stop with the maintenance of an art practice altogether, which, as far as the art system is concerned, perhaps amounts to about the same thing.
It is important to bear in mind, not least because it helps us to comprehend the class domination and subjugation inherent to the system of art, that by far the largest contingent of the art producing community consists of a wealth of failure, of emergent non-incorporated practitioners held in perpetuity as a reserve by the dangling of bait by the institution of art's drip feed of contingent opportunity structures. You might have to correct this: drip, feel, feed.
Oh yeah.
And then art producing community.
Yeah, I got that. Yeah, drip feed.
The drip feed of contingent opportunity structures. Mukarovsky's, in describing shifting aesthetic norms, characterises the state of hope most art is produced in. The pattern whereby an ageing aesthetic norm sinks downward through the aesthetic and social hierarchies remains valid. However, despite this descent, the norm does not actually or irrevocably depreciate in value, given that it is usually not that a canon is just accepted passively by the low order, but that it is actively reshaped in some way within the context of the aesthetic tradition of the given milieu and of the whole range of different kinds of norms valid in that milieu. There are also frequent instances where a canon that has sunk to the lowest limits is suddenly raised back into the focal point of aesthetic activity to become again, albeit in an altered form, the new young and up to the minute norm. We might well then speak in terms of a merry-go-round of aesthetic norms, and that's a Mukarovsky quote.
The present text sets out from the social formation in which art operates to then consider alternative forms of practice that are oppositional and antagonistic to the dominant culture of the social formation in which art operates. Its purpose is to consider possibilities for avoiding incorporation into any residual or emergent dominant culture, and to contribute to the continuation of the flagging practice, or at least abrogate or curtail its inevitable expiration.
The output of an art practice must be considered from two distinct points of view. First, in relation to the broad social formation that determines it, economic base, and second, in relation to an ideological, cultural version of that social formation, which is superstructure. Economic relations determine the superstructure in the last instant, meaning the other determinations are operative, being cultural, political, ideological, etc., but they are secondary in the last instant. Subsequently, this consideration cannot be reduced to either one of these two points of view.
Part 2. Mauss, The Gift reread, Lenin's The State and Revolution read. To speed comprehension, disregard the quotes and reread the first 3.
Sentence.
Is that wrong? I'm on to Lenin quote yet. The first 3 sentences of what we wrong. That's it. Sentences of the first paragraph below and mentally copy and paste here in capitals from the original lowercase. The problems of exhibiting and failed attempts at solving the problem are recounted so as to find out which exact point does that problem arise. An inconclusive answer indicated by the etc. but the statement. The work is probably rendered a token as pure arthood, its purity indicated by inverted parenthesis, arthood, at around the material self-realization of the nouns artist art still seems worth restating here. The grandiloquent statement, as yet unverified, the more successful the artist, the more estranged or alienated they become from their own output. But we don't know any. But we don't know any successful artist to ask. This is followed by a conflation and revoicing of quotes by a triumvirate of Mauss, Lenin, and Marx to support the supposition that in bold, in fact, add Negri and Engels to this threesome. The institution of art emerges when the continuation of art becomes irreconcilable with the conditions of arthood, when the production of art becomes untenable and the reproduction of arthood inevitable, when art is rendered unteachable, when the institution in its inchoate form no longer merely coincides with art but comes to dominate and suppress it. The testing of a stretched analogy and extended equivalences between state and society and the institution of art and art is then gone through at length. Paragraph 7, check its relation to chapter 5. The definition of art as an art world that by its nature can only reproduce shit, with the addition here of a Poundian view for an old bitch gone in the teeth, for a botched civilization, with the arthood and the institution of art. A preamble to the Maussian paragraphs on whether gift exchange could function as a means of devaluing the artwork. How much of this is a soldering of Marxist intersections into Mauss and his pre-capitalist formations?
And this is a quote from Lenin from State and Revolution. Until the higher phase of communism arrives, the socialists demand the strictest control by society and by the state of the measure of labour and the measure of consumption. But this control must start with the expropriation of the capitalists, with the establishment of workers' control over the capitalists, and must be exercised not by a state of bureaucrats, but by a state of armed workers.
And 3 quotes of the same sentence, different translations. I have found no trace of barter. I have found no trace of exchanges. I have found no traces of exchange, from Marcel Mauss's The Gift.
Is this in red? It has to be red.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but yeah.
Yeah, where best to put the following. an our Crusoe tale of modern finance. You live in a community that is entirely self-sufficient but produces one product a year, consisting of 100 crates of manure. In advance of the collecting of the shit, because it's helpful for you to get the money now and not later, you sell the future ownership of the manure to a broker for £1 a crate. The broker immediately sells the rights to the shit to a dealer who's heard a rumour that thanks to bad digestion, manure is going to be scarce and therefore extra valuable, so he pays £1.10 a crate. A speculator on international commodity market hears about the rumour and buys the future manure from him from £1.20. A specialist momentum trader who picks up on trends in markets and bets on their continuation comes in and buys the manure at £1.30. A specialist contrarian trader picks up on the trend in prices, concludes that it's unsustainable and short sells the manure for £1.20. Other market participants pick up on the short selling and bid the prices back down to £1.10 and then to £1. A further speculator hears that the digestion process is now predicted to be very favourable for manure, so the shit will be particularly abundant, and further shorts the price to 90p, at which point the original broker re-enters the market and buys back the manure, which causes their price to return to £1. At which point the manure is bagged and shipped off the island and sold to the retail market, where an actual customer buys the manure for £1.10 a crate. Notice that the final transaction is the only one in which real exchange takes place. You collected the manure and the customer bought it. Everything else was finance, speculation on the movement of prices. In between the time when it was your manure and the time when they became the customer's manure, there was 9 transactions. All of them amounted to a zero-sum activity. Some people made money and some people lost it, and all of that cancelled out. Absolutely no value was created in the process, and that's essentially kind of contemporary finance. The total value of the economic activity in the world is estimated at $105 trillion. That's the manure. The value of the financial derivatives which arise from this activity, that's the subsequent trading, is $667 trillion. That makes it the biggest business in the world, and in terms of the things it produces, that business is completely useless. It does nothing and has no value to just one speculator betting against another, and for every winner on every single transaction there is exactly an equivalent loser.
The foregoing constitutes a cursory attempt at considering artistic output that, as mentioned, the present text is contingent on, in relation to the significance within the context of an art practice. This hopefully has the effect that the relations of the output's engagement with relations of distribution is rendered less significant, if not completely insignificant, than the relations of production to the text. The purpose of the production of the output being to elaborate and facilitate the production of this and other texts, rather than merely for the benefit of the output's own realisation or reification within some form of sclerotic public display of exhibitionism. The relations of distribution of the text, on the other hand, was not discussed anywhere in the above. The relations of distribution of the text, on the other hand, was not discussed anywhere in the above. But before going on to consider giving as a means of distribution, specifically in relation to the text, a few words are probably required on the subject of the problem of exhibiting as a means of distribution, specifically in relation to the output. A fuller consideration of the particular problem of giving as a means of distribution, specifically in relation to the output, within the context of the self-describing autopoietic system of art, will be given later on.
The problem of exhibiting the output of a practice is always directly determining the art practice. Although we've made various attempts to circumvent it or subvert it, including giving away the work as an alternative means of distributing output, it has remained a problem. In other words, we found no solution to the problem of exhibiting the output as a means of distribution. The problem with exhibition as a means of distribution is that it constitutes the principal means by which the work is subsumed by market capitalism. The hegemony of the exhibitionism as a natural stage of fulfilment in the artistic process means that it not only exhibiting but renders the artist's work nothing more than a perfunctory token, not only the decision to exhibit that renders it a token, but that the notion of exhibition existing even as some vague potential future possibility renders the work a token, prior even to its conception, production, consumption, sale or resale. The work is probably rendered a token as pure arthood, its purity indicated by inverted parentheses around the word arthood, around the material self-realisation of the nouns artist, art, etc.
It is exhibitionism that most conspicuously shows up the growing antagonism between the artist and their own output. In terms of the system of art's means of measuring success, most perniciously expressed in the exhibition, amongst a whole range of other contributing factors. The more successful the artist, the more estranged or alienated they become from their own output, and the more they enact the destruction of their work. The work becomes what the artist, soon to be rendered a mere tool of ideology, becomes. Anyway, it is enough for now to say that exhibition is not a good thing for artists' practices. It lays waste any actual potential whatsoever for the production of art, distinct from arthood and indistinct from any actual potential of art's progenitors to rejuvenate in some way other than superficially, and merely lays down the foundational conditions for the elaboration of arthood in the form of a burgeoning artistic career.
In order to understand how art is operative within, and on the whole ineffectively, struggling against capital, we here draw, extrapolate, force, etc. analogy between the relationship of the state to society, within the relationship of the institution of art to art, such as outlandishly paraphrasing Engels thus: the institution of art constitutes a machine for the cornering of artists by an exploiter class. The within against conjunction should be considered invisibly present throughout the following section of the present text, that first considered how art is so conspicuously integrated within the capitalist system, to then go on and consider how art might come to act in the sense of increasing its struggle against the capitalist system. This latter sortie will be done in conjunction with a closest reading of the to-date third language translation of Marcel Mauss's The Gift, which is from 2016. To emphasise the analogy between, on the one hand, the state and society, and on the other, between the institution of art and art, we quote the following from Negri: the state is the exploitation of the bodies of labourers and the command over the brains of subjects. In order to paraphrase it, the institution is the cornering and exploitation of the bodies of artists and command over the brains of subjects. And Marx's, there's a quote, convert the state from an organ superimposed on society into one completely subordinate to it. End quote. We bend as the fundamental aim to convert the institution from an organ superimposed on art into one completely subordinate to it. And finally, three sentences in Lenin's The State and Revolution become: the institution is a product and a manifestation of the irreconcilability of the class antagonism. The institution arises where, when, and insofar as class antagonism objectively cannot be reconciled, and conversely, the existence of the institution proves that the class antagonisms are irreconcilable. You get the idea. Our variant of this is that the institution of art emerges when the continuation of art becomes irreconcilable with the conditions of arthood, when the production of art becomes untenable and the reproduction of arthood inevitable, when art is rendered unteachable, when the institution in its intuit form no longer merely coincides with art, it comes to dominate and suppress it. As we already said, art is thoroughly located within and struggling against capital. This is where the institution becomes omnipotent, and in fact the existence of the dominance of the institution is conspicuously indicative of the fact that art and artist are irreconcilable. That's what I'm saying. But this is not intended to detract from the fact, ever growing, that the sphere you might have to
I can't see where you are.
Top of the page here.
Indicative of the fact that art and artwood are irreconcilable. But this is not intended to detract from the fact, ever growing, that the sphere of art as a social system or formation is itself riven with class antagonism. But one has to become suspicious in the absence of any artistic resistance. Nevertheless, the notion of an analogy between the state and society and the institution of art and art, that what the state is to society corresponds enough to secure an analogy with what the institution is to the artist, is coherent, but only up to a point. The two sets of antagonistic relations differ in the sense that the antagonism between the institution of art and art is not explicitly a class conflict between, in a word, oppressor and oppressed. The struggle of the producing class against the appropriating class. In other words, two great classes directly facing each other, bourgeois and proletariat. Rather, the sphere of art also is divided by two great conceptions of what constitutes good art worthy of attention, with, due to the dominance of the institution, art thoroughly embedded within capital, etc. Little chance exists of quantity overpowering and becoming quality, at least the institution of art's ambiguous, undefined conception of it. The relations between the institution of art and artists is less clear-cut and directly oppositional, due to a significantly higher level of social mobility in the art world than in society generally, the natural outcome of which is compliance and the aforementioned lack of artistic, cultural, etc. resistance. The class antagonisms that do certainly exist within the social formation of art, the student intake of the so-called best London art schools having a significantly disproportionate amount of privately educated students and state-educated students, for example, are somewhat blurred, obfuscated and ill-defined.
The state emerges when class antagonisms become irreconcilable. This insight from Marx is comparable, at least to us, with how the institution emerges when art becomes irreconcilable within itself as effectively functioning as a negation of the commodity form, or with constituting as a teachable sphere of activity, i.e. of art emerging and maintaining itself as wholly reconcilable with arthood. This is, strangely enough, generally what the participants of the sphere of art delude themselves into thinking, and is adversely happening in their sphere of activity. The state, as described by Engels, is to society what the institution is to art. The state, and start the quote, is a product of society at a certain stage of development. It is the admission that this society has become entangled in insoluble contradiction with itself, that it has split into irreconcilable antagonisms which it is powerless to dispel. But in order that these antagonisms, these classes with conflicting economic interests, might not consume themselves and society into a fruitless struggle, it became necessary to have a power seemingly standing above society that would alleviate the conflict and keep it within the bounds of order. And this power arisen out of society, but placing itself above it and alienating itself more and more from it is the state. End quote. By reckoning this of some equivalence, the Tate, the Arts Council, etc. exist because art has become corporatist and capitalistic as opposed to socialistic. Art is art fully integrated into the capitalist system Therefore, some form of alternative power or alternative system would need to be sustained, such as the social system of gift exchange as described by Mauss. We are conscious of the fact that what we are about to suggest is a form of revivalism of a social system of archaic societies, and that the conditions within the current social formations both indicate this as being justified, as well as indicating that it's simply too late for any actual efficacy of the potential of the revival.
For Marx, the state as a form of apparently legitimate authority emerges when class antagonism, the conflict between the two great classes, becomes irreconcilable. It constitutes an organ of class rule, an organ for the suppression of one class by another, and that the state is not benevolent or conciliatory in any way. Similarly, the institution of art, with its full-blown integration with capital, dominates by legitimising and perpetuating arthood, and at the same time by subjugating any potential art to abrogate any contribution to the commodity form. The institution of art is accepted within the sphere of art as fulfilling a role of mediator, facilitator between art and arthood, or between the relations of production and the relations of distribution. This erroneous framing of a conciliatory, facilitating form of institution that can be worked with has it that its role is to objectively identify emergent or alternative to the dominant culture, examples of talent, and facilitate through opportunities its development into the dominant cultural sphere, whereas the institution as a force situated above art and alienating itself more and more from it, not least through its efforts to reproduce arthood, offers up its drip feed of contingent opportunity structures, an apparatus that constitutes a divisive means of class antagonism in order to reproduce its own relations of capitalist production and the prioritisation of exchange value over everything else. It is incapable of anything else because it is the result of art's decline. Any form of reform is useless and counterproductive.
As stated, the institution of art constitutes an authority which arose from art, alongside it and its nascent organisation and formation, but subsequently placed it above art and alienated itself more and more from it. And reproduced by the institution, arthood, masquerading as art, subsumes everything into its doctrine by appearing to be entirely independent of the apparent neutrality of the institution. Arthood corresponds with, taking a quote from Lenin and shoehorning it into our context, what prevailing Philistines regard as at least worthy of attention as the most habitual thing, hallowed by prejudices that are not only deep-rooted but, one might say, petrified. The analogy and increasingly blatant falsity in the case of the wider social formation is the illusion that democracy is really capable of revealing the will of the majority of the working people. It is worth bearing in mind as we move towards the plundering of Mauss's gift that, like the institution, what Marx termed the parasitic excrescence of the state has not always existed. There have been societies that did without it. There's a bit of Engels at the end. There have been art-producing social formations that similarly did without the institution of art. The system of art, like capitalist society more widely, is similarly reduced by the institution as a struggle between producers, artists, writers, technicians, etc., and appropriators, managers, curators, bureaucrats, functions of the institution, etc.
Lenin focuses on the state withering away when the institution of art becomes representative of the whole of the art system, not just for the turds bobbing on the surface, i.e. the class the institution itself represents, but the entire vessel of effluent. The wealth of reserved failure from which something genuinely interesting, given the right conditions, might have already emerged away from the glare of distribution. It rendered itself unnecessary if the institution was something other than the organisation of the particular exploiting class and the maintenance of it as external conditions of production, and therefore especially for the purpose of forcibly keeping the exploited class in the conditions of oppression. That's what it was Engels. It would foreshadow its own dissolution. The conditions of oppression in the current conditions of art consists of the reproduction of arthood. The first act by which the institution really comes forward as representative of the whole of art is also its last independent act as the institution. But this could only proceed from an institution controlled entirely by artists, having ejected the institution's functionaries.
The quote by Orwell at the beginning of the present text argues that some art is destined to be rejected and some accepted, as if by some invisible hand of selection, and where the credit to longevity or quality is incidental as long as the optimum minority supply of successful examples in relation to the optimum majority supply of failed examples are produced in order for the art's capitalist class to reproduce the relations of their own marketable system.
If the analogy between the institution of art and the state, as elaborated by Engels, is pushed to its conclusion, it touches on four subsequent phases. First, the abolition or liquidation of the institution of art, indentured by the capitalist class, that would then result in the institution of art maintained by artists, the equivalent of a temporary proletarian dictatorship having replaced the bourgeois state that once achieved, would be rendered surplus to requirements and ultimately wither away. Second, because the institution of art indentured by the capitalist class constitutes a special coercive force or coercive ideological apparatus maintained for the suppression of the art system, cornered into commodity status by and for the benefit of the capitalist class, its domination of the coercive ideological apparatus of the institution must be replaced by a coercive ideological apparatus for the suppression of the institution of art, indentured by the capitalist class by artists. To push the analogy to the full terminological logic, a dictatorship of artists, a dictatorship of artists. This would require artists taking possession of the means of their own production. This phase would need to precede any subsequent withering away of the institution. Third, in speaking of the state withering away, and the even third quote, I don't know, it doesn't say who the quote's by, does it? In speaking of the state withering away,
I think this is Lenin.
Lenin, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And the even more graphic and colourful dying down of itself, Engels refers quite clearly and definitively to the period after the state has taken possession of the means of production in the name of the whole of society. That is after the Socialist Revolution. We all know that the political form of the state at that time is the most complete democracy, but it never enters the head of any of the opportunists who shamelessly distort Marxism, that Engels is consequently speaking here of democracy dying down of itself or withering away. This seems very strange at first sight, but it is incomprehensible only to those who have not thought about democracy also being a state and consequently also disappearing when the state disappears. Revolution alone can abolish the bourgeois state. The state in general, i.e. the most complete democracy, can only wither away. End quote. This deals with a critical moment in the process of the abolition or liquidation of the state, analogous to the abolition of the institution of art. This deals with a matter of what constitutes the most habitual assumption within the system of art, of the necessity of at least some form of institution of art. In speaking of the state withering away, the dissolution of the institution of art would mean a negation of its validation. The validity of art's commercial infrastructure is determined by the affirmation afforded by the validity of the institution of art. If artists were to stop en masse selling their work or distributing their work in the form of display, either independently or through a system of galleries, agents, etc., a secondary market would inevitably emerge and function unencumbered by the producer's anti-capitalist attitudes. Therefore, an institution of art would similarly remain unencumbered. Artists would merely be further and openly rendered alienated from their own output, and the production of their work would remain predetermined by its inevitable relations of distribution, whether materially or under the pressure of an ever-present potential possibility of subsumption in the guise of opportunity. This scenario is, of course, indistinguishable from the system in which art actually is currently produced. Artists are indeed alienated from their own output, and they have no meaningful agency in the relations of distribution in which their works are inevitably, directly or indirectly consumed. Even if the institution, its physical infrastructure and its social apparatus were destroyed, a secondary market, a system of conservation, etc., would still constitute a requirement. This is essentially because artworks themselves, not so much administered to by the system, their existing producers, but because they are merely a constituent of the system. They are the material apparatus of the institution of art as much as anything else. And therefore, while art's connection with their historical continuity exists through its past precedents, etc., the system, the institution, is essentially impermeable. If Take Britain were to be used as a food bank and homeless shelter, all its works removed and placed into storage, and this were to happen in every museum, public art gallery, etc. around the globe, the status of art as a special province of activity would still persist by way of the invisible thread connecting its current manifestation with its historical progenitors. Therefore, an institution dependency on a secondary commercial market of newly produced artistic output would remain preserved. As long as artists exist and produce, as long as a connection of historical continuity exists, their output will remain distinct, significant, etc. The liquidation of the institution of art is contingent on the destruction of all its material, historic, artistic precedents. As long as the institution of art exists, artists are inevitably to remain in a state of growing alienation from what it is they do, from what it is they produce, etc. So it is inevitable that gift exchange as an alternative means of distribution to a system of galleries renders the artist as equally impotent as before. Can gift exchange at least function as a means of devaluing the artwork?
An artwork that somehow openly and deliberately expresses its own impotence in failing to negate its contribution to the reproduction of capital is not particularly distinct from one that reproduces the same relations unknowingly, in that the results differ apparently little. Gift exchange is an alternative to conventionally established means of engaging in the distribution of one's artistic output, is not likely to have any bearing on the continual reproduction of the system of art as it currently exists, as an essential compliant appendage to the institution. The act of making work to be given away does constitute an alternative to conventional means of distribution in the form of an act of defiance or resistance at the micro-individual level. This produces a distinction between an artwork having been made and then retrospectively of its production being given away, and a work of art that's production is prescribed or predetermined by the knowledge of its production, anticipating being given away, produced to be given away. This is a very different means of producing work from the convention of making work in the vague understanding, hope, expectation, delusion, possibility that it is exhibited, displayed or purchased one day. It basically requires a cultural paradigm shift in purpose, that this alternative approach to the production and consumption of artwork is inevitably ineffective in terms of the dissolution of the ability of the market-orientated system of art to reproduce itself, does not entirely negate the purpose in doing it. Just the attempt is inherently justifying. It is effective in moving the production of artwork away from insoluble, finite, completed, final object commodity form of production. And although the artist may relinquish their ability to reproduce the means of their own artistic production, they are producing work that they are not immediately growing alienated from. This must then constitute an emancipatory form of artistic production, at least in some limited effective sense.
The right of a subjugated person or group to resist their subjugation, even against significantly asymmetrical conditions that are antithetical to any likelihood of success, does not mean their resistance is invalidated by being pointless. If the nature of their subjugation is violently or morally vindicated in reciprocating with counter-violence, even if they are entirely outweighed in their ability to reciprocate effectively in terms of their emancipation. The justification for the advocacy in specific circumstances of a suppressed group to use violent resistance, revolution, etc., is only relevant and synonymous for the purpose of this argument of gift exchange as an alternative means of engaging in the relations of distribution of art, in that both constitute legitimate, if counterintuitive, forms of response to material conditions. Lessons can be learnt in attempts at formulating a justification for the legitimation of the use of violence as a form of resistance, for instance, in the cosseted, comfortable, privileged sphere of artistic production, of producing responses to the conditions in which art is produced, as similarly counterintuitive to liberal sensibilities, of making work that's production is not predetermined by the requirements of exhibition. One can only engage in conjecture as to whether the institution of art, its apparatus, that the apparent purpose of is to exhibit the dominant effective output of a particular field of culture it represents, would be significantly undermined and ultimately weakened by oppositional effective emergent forms of culture that are predetermined by forms of production that positively negate any requirement of exhibition. What Marcuse calls a suppressed minority's natural right of resistance. The use of minority seems erroneous, is no less valid by its potential failure. The liquidation of the institution of art by means of an alternative means of distribution in the form of gift exchange is likely ineffective, does not rule out its worthwhile purpose. As Lenin points out of the entire theory of Marx and Engels, that violent revolution lies at its root, end quote, is in no way merely declamatory or polemical. How does an artist in the current capitalist conditions of production produce art that resists capital? For that matter, how does anyone resist capital?
2, although I don't know where the 1 is, could you need to...
Alright.
No.
What's 1?
Where's 1? What could be called contrasting cultural moments, both captured as cultural objects in the form of photographic reproduction, neatly illustrate the shifting, inconsistent and increasingly incoherent levels of determinacy and efficacy with regard to their own respective positions in relation to dissent and resistance against wholly homogeneous, interrelated and compatible structures of power, as well as to wider effective forms of culture. Firstly, in early 2000, 2 months after Israel's withdrawal from its 22-year occupation of a section of South Lebanon, Edward Said, on the border between historic Palestine and southern Lebanon, picked up a stone and threw it towards the deserted military infrastructure constructed throughout approximately 130 square miles of land, referred to by Israel and its Western paymasters as a security zone. This strip of occupied Lebanese land consisted of the usual structural piles and piles of concrete and barbed wire, of purpose-built torture interrogation centres, guard towers and prisons, including Cayenne prison, originally built by the French military in the 1930s, but repurposed in contravention of international law in the mid-1980s by the SLA on behalf of the Israeli regime, and used for the incarceration and torture of 8,000 anti-Israel activists and militants. Said described the moment of throwing itself as a symbolic gesture of joy at the end of Israel's occupation of Lebanon. Secondly, on July the 5th, 2024, the day after the general election and the Labour Party securing of a majority in the House of Commons, Ryan Gander published a photograph of himself smiling alongside Keir Starmer, the Labour leader who has consistently and dogmatically maintained his support for Israel's right to defend itself, including its right to withhold utilities essential for the preservation of human life in the blockade of Gaza Strip. The selfie-style image was accompanied with the words, "Congratulations to the Labour Party," and then a peace sign emoji, and added in parentheses, "So there is hope at the end of the nightmarish broken Britain tunnel." Gander is an artist that is widely represented and exhibits extensively. By the questionable standards of the current international art world, he has to be considered successful. He describes himself, with a wink and a nod to other like-minded idiots, as a sort of neo-conceptual, no-style amateur philosopher. So more worryingly, the Royal Academy of Art, of which Gander is an elected academician, tells us he's a committed educator, having taught at international art institutions and universities. Astonished face emoji. Arguably, both these cultural moments correspond in a shared futility.
The act of producing an artwork predetermined by it being given away is an act admittedly superficially analogous to the logic of counter-violent resistance against subjugation, occupation, etc., against the system of art and its institution. Its purpose, if it achieves nothing else, is the ability to produce a work of art that its author is not increasingly alienated from.
Finally, fourth, the institution is a means of the suppression of the cornered artist. Consequently, the institution of whatever formation is not free and not an artist institution, hence the necessity of its temporary intermediary form. The light will be reflected in the window.
Hey?
We're reflected in the window.
Oh, okay.
Could you read by the light of that door?
I don't know.
We could try it anyway. Okay.
Paraphrasing the following emancipatory passage from Engels, as quoted by Lenin, to artificially insert it into the context of the institution of art, in relation to art, in pursuit of the analogy with the state in relation to society. Quote. I think it isn't a quote actually, is it? I'm slightly confused, I think it's a paraphrase. This shattering of the superstitious belief in the institution of art has passed from philosophy into the general consciousness of the bourgeoisie and even of many artists. According to the philosophical conception, the institution is the realization of the idea or the kingdom of God on earth, translated into philosophical terms, the sphere in which eternal truth and justice are or should be realized. And from this follows a superstitious reverence for the institution and everything connected with it, which takes root the more readily since people are accustomed from childhood to imagine that the affairs and interests common to the whole of culture could not be looked after other than as they have been looked after in the past, that is, through the institution and its lucratively positioned functionaries. People think they have taken quite an extraordinarily bold step forward when they have rid themselves of the belief in hereditary monarchy and swear by the democratic republic. In reality, however, the institution is nothing but a machine for the oppression of productive artists by exploitative functionaries, and indeed in the democratic republic no less than in the monarchy. And at best it is an evil inherited by artists after its victorious struggle for cultural supremacy, whose worst sides the victorious artists will have to lop off as speedily as possible, just as the commune had to, until a generation reared in new, free social conditions is able to discard the entire lumber of the institution.
Lenin wrote regarding Marx's entire theory that it is the application of the theory of development in its most consistent, complete, considered and pithy form to modern capitalism. The emergence of communism is understood as emerging out of capitalism. For the purpose of the analogy pursued here, the natural development from capitalism to communism is analogous to the development of the emancipated form of art, possibly a form modelled on gift exchange, as emerging out of the current form dominated by the institution. Between capitalist and communist society lies the period of the revolutionary transformation of the one into the other. Corresponding to this is also the political transition period in which the state can be nothing but the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. The institution of art, its entire ideological apparatus, offers a foothold for its own dissolution.
The theory of development relates to the transformation of irreconcilable antagonistic classes into a classless society, but it also emphasises development in the sense of change in contradistinction with the fixed, completed, consummated art object as commodity form of a sclerotic exchange of inert, stagnant things. This would constitute an idealist conception of art as opposed to a dialectical materialist one. Marx's emphasis of development is useful as an analogy for a form of art antithetical to the current output as emerging out of conditions of artistic production dominated by the institution of art, directly as a result of the abolition of the institution of art after a period of artist-led organisation as a dictatorship of artists. It is important to realise how infinitely reductive the ordinary bourgeois conception and actual realisation of a sphere of art emancipated from the institution, from capitalism is. A brief survey of the so-called alternative art gallery scene is wholly instructive, as something lifeless, rigid, fixed once and for all, whereas in reality only socialism will be the beginning of a rapid, genuine, truly massed forward movement, embracing first the majority and then the whole of the population in a sphere of public and private life, end quote. Pushing the analogy between the developmental stages of the emergence of communistic artistic production from feudalism to capitalism and from capitalism to communism as the institution withers away, what material form this emergent anticipated art would take, we don't know. But a later section of the present text explores the possibility that the alternative system to the one in which it operates might be one based on gift exchange. For now, it's enough to register that Marx's famous sentence in the critique of the Gotha programme is compatible with the social structure and logic of gift exchange as identified and described by Mauss. Quote from Mauss, from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. That's Marx, isn't it?
Seen in the context of these comments and this analogy, events such as the RA Summer Exhibition appear as constituting a form of supply and hope, a drip feed of the institution's contingent opportunity structures to the wealth of failure, to keep the exploited suppressed, to keep the artists cornered. How are the artists that constitute the wealth of failure exploited when, to all intents and purposes, it appears they simply remain discarded and left to rot in their own inability to produce successful work? The wealth of failure is necessary in the sense that it is retained in reserve to passively contribute to the maintenance of an illusion of quality within a successful sphere of artistic production by supplying the quantity. The notion that the work that ascends to the level of distribution through the institution, that includes its subsidiary petty institutions, alternative commercial galleries, independent publishing, etc., requires the stability offered by the substantial material reserve of artists and work that doesn't quite make the grade. But the true potential of the wealth of failure lies in the false potential that the quantity turns into quality, which is then via, Engels. But anyway, the abolition of the institution would initiate the flooding of what the institution considered qualitative superior work by the mass of wealth of failure, and an end to the arbitrary discrimination between artworks on the basis of some spurious notion of selectivity, competition, naturally imbued selection, etc. In relation to the foregoing, the following two paragraphs from Lenin, as quoted, returns to the original source of our analogy. Only in communist society, when the resistance of the capitalists has disappeared, when there are no classes, i.e. when there is no distinction between the members of society as regards their relation to the social means of production, only then the state ceases to exist and it becomes possible to speak of freedom. Only then will a truly complete democracy become possible and be realised, a democracy without any exceptions whatever. And only then will democracy begin to wither away, owing to the simple fact that, freed from capitalist slavery, from the untold horrors, savagery, absurdities and infamies of capitalist exploitation, people will gradually become accustomed to observing the elementary rules of social intercourse that have been known for centuries and repeated for thousands of years in all copybook maxims. They will become accustomed to observing them without force, without coercion, without subordination, without the special apparatus for coercion called the state. The expression "the state withers away" is very well chosen, for it indicates both the gradual and the spontaneous nature of the process. Only habit can, and undoubtedly will, have such an effect, for we can see around us on millions of occasions how readily people become accustomed to observing the necessary rules of social intercourse when there is no exploitation, when there is nothing that arouses indignation, evokes protest and revolt, and creates the need for suppression. That's the end of those quotes. And to commit to our analogy further by paraphrasing Engels, so long as the institution of art exists, there is no artistic freedom. When there is artistic freedom, there will be no institution of art. And then there's a little bit of Lenin quote. We cannot do without officials under capitalism, under the rule of the bourgeoisie. The proletariat is oppressed, the working people are enslaved by capitalism. Under capitalism, democracy is restricted, cramped, curtailed, mutilated by the conditions of wage slavery and the poverty and misery of the people. This and this alone is the reason why the functionaries of the political organisations and trade unions are corrupted, or rather tend to be corrupted, by the conditions of capitalism and betray a tendency to become bureaucrats, a privileged persons divorced from the people and standing above the people. That is the essence of bureaucracy, and until the capitalists have been expropriated and the bourgeoisie overthrown, even proletarian functionaries will inevitably be bureaucratized to a certain extent.
Art as it currently exists in a state of arthood did not develop in absolute freedom, but in absolute capitalist conditions, under which, it goes without saying, a number of concessions to the prevailing conditions in the form of falsehood, exclusion of the unsuccessful wealth of failed artists have been embedded and reproduced. Art has developed as a product of capitalist society, that the organisation and validation for has been dominated by the institution in all its various and diverse manifestations. The only realistic conjecture of how art might develop in the event of the abolition of the institution, or in the event of the wider social formation of a more communistic society, or how art might have developed in the past had the institution not emerged so aggressively out of post-industrial society, is by considering how it functioned in societies prior to capitalism and the institution. Societies that operated on the basis of a social system of gift exchange provide a useful example. Presumably art will develop in reaction to whatever social formation its conditions are determined by. Whereas Marx was concerned with the problem of applying this theory but to the forthcoming collapse of capitalism and the future development of future communism, quote from Lenin, we are concerned with a theory of development in relation to the collapse of the institution and the future development of alternative forms of art production.
If it is all possible that anything good might come out of the current escalating continuation of events in historic Palestine, and then this was written in July 2024, this bit, where the slaughter of nearly 40,000 Palestinians, not counting those who were retrievably buried under mountains of concrete, by the Israeli state function as a proxy for the US imperial hegemony and its pathetic adjuncts in the form of the UK. But we're recording this in 30th October, when was it 120,000? It is the worldwide mass awakening to the plight of the occupied Palestinians and the conspicuous unmasking of Western hypocrisy of the military-industrial complex concentrating itself in its comically subsidised Middle Eastern enclave, all inextricably tied to the capitalist system. The further realisation that no amount of liberal pragmatism, collaboration, modification or revisionism is ever going to help the situation, Only the complete overthrow of the system as it exists is going to substantiate any efficacy in the face of such extreme career-motivated political depravity and self-serving corruption exposed by the intensity of light and the intensity of darkness of the Israeli state and society provided by Gaza. Only conditions this dire could produce a cankerous anomaly in the form of Keir-Starmer. Such a revolutionary reorganisation of Western capitalist hegemony would inadvertently additionally provide the conditions for the abolition of the institution of art, admittedly somewhere down the priority pecking order, once the dust has settled on NATO, the IMF, the World Bank. Whatever the development of an alternative version of artistic production might potentially emerge, it needs to develop from capitalism, or rather from the liquidation of the institution of art, as operating as part of the capitalist system. This is a quote. As it emerges from capitalist society, which is a thing in every respect, economically, morally, intellectually, still stamped with the birthmarks of the old society from whose womb it comes. No sense of a genuinely alternative form of art emerging parallel to or coexisting with the continuation of the existing corporate system can be considered viable. As an alternative as its subsumption by the existing corporate system would be inevitable. If a system of artistic production modelled on gift exchange became viable due to revolutionary conditions, it would need to be in a form of gift exchange specifically developed in relation to the conditions of its determination. It would need to constitute a social formation of art emerging out of the withering room of the institution. To quote Lenin, there must undoubtedly be a special stage or a special phase of transition from capitalism to communism. Only a form of artistic production unencumbered by the institution and developing out of, or as a product of its withering away, and into something such as a system of gift exchange, entirely free of capitalist exploitation, would allow people to rediscover and observe elementary rules of social intercourse, long obfuscated by the capitalist system. This would happen in the absence of the coercion and subordination provided by the special ideological apparatus of the institution.
The transition from a system of art dominated and orchestrated by the institution of art and one emerging from the withering away, in accordance with gift exchange, is based on the irreconcilable conflicting interests between artists and the institution of art. The efficacy of the institution as a means of facilitating some kind of democratic conditions for artistic freedom is seriously curtailed by the priorities and interests of the institution and its functionaries. Art that is prioritised by the institution is prioritised on the basis of its compliance and reproducibility, specifically in these reductive terms. Consequently, the institution provides artistic freedom for a minority propertied class of artists. Artistic freedom for the institution of art is reproduced predominantly for a privileged class of artists and functionaries of the institution. The majority of artists that constitute the wealth of failure, like wage slaves generally, cannot be bothered with the notion of an emancipated form of artistic production in conditions unencumbered by capital as facilitated by the institution. It's all they can do to produce some work. There must be a potential, not just resistance, but liberation in entering into relations of artistic distribution and production predicated on the logic of reciprocity in giving artwork away. The obvious counter-argument here is that this would have no agency in terms of the ability of a sort of secondary market continuing to function. What the artist gains in their liberation from alienation, they lose in their exposure to exploitation. Nevertheless, an actual free and really alternative system of art would be identified by its means of production being controlled by artists and not orchestrated as the private property of a small privileged group of individuals. Displacing the means of production, which within the sphere of art consists significantly of the institution, into the control of the producers of art corresponds with what Marx called the first phase of communist society. In this initial phase, from the point of view of art practice, exploitation, subjugation and submission are themselves subjugated by the control of the institution, being taken from the institution of art by and for the benefit of the producers of art. For Marx, the higher phase of communist society is necessary as equality between irreconcilably conflicting classes and the liquidation of bourgeois law. Is not yet realised in the initial phase.
Lenin illustrates the transition from the initial phase of communism to the higher phase by replacing a quote of Lassalle's "the full product of his labour to the worker" for Marx's "for each according to his ability, to each according to his needs." The question that arises here, as we can kick our analogy into the long grass, is what do artists need? Is it purely remuneration and gratification, or something else that an emancipatory form of art can capitalise on? Transferring this transitional period to the context of the system of art, it is worth acknowledging that no notion of artistic freedom is possible without the expropriation of the institution of art. The expropriation of the institution of art is, in all reality, only going to be feasible after the expropriation of the state and the withering away of the system of capitalism, inaugurating the emergence of a system of communism. Nevertheless, artists can and should do their bit to organise themselves. Their working practice is more in this general direction. Even a collective consciousness of the reality of their own subjugation and the exploitation would contribute to a shift towards, or the building of a foundation that an expropriation of the capitalists would, quoting Lenin, inevitably result in an enormous development of the productive forces of human society. This shift of focus might provide a move away from the division of labour, of doing away with the antithesis between mental and physical labour, towards something closer to a system of art beyond ideas associated with the withered bureaucratic institutions. Within the sphere of art, the process, development or even the creation of the corrected preconditions has not all begun, but art's full-blooded integration into capitalist relations is excessively and offensively developed, which precedes a transition to socialist structures en route to communist structures. The expropriation of the institution of art would initiate the means of production of art as the common property of artists or of those wishing to become artists, and the end of a system that dictates that artists whose work is valued monetarily higher than some other artists' work moves closer towards the drip feed of opportunities of the bureaucracy that made the valuation.
In an attempt to consider some alternative system of artistic production unencumbered by capital, the remainder of the current section of the present text is an attempt to frame the connection between the withering away of the institution of art and the development of an alternative, provisionally considered in relation to gift exchange, cultural formation and resistant art practice.
The total social phenomena that constitute gift exchange presume particular forms of production and consumption, or rather presentation and distribution, without forgetting the aesthetic phenomenon that brings things into final form. This is an important aspect of Mauser's account of the gift, because it implies at the very beginning that, if not predominant, at the very least equal status, the means of distribution with the thing distributed. The manner in which the gift is given is of great consequence. This idea can be repurposed in the context of artistic production as the meaning of any given work being contingent on the relations of its distribution. Put bluntly, the meaning of an example of contemporary art apprehended and consumed in gallery, art fair, etc. means precisely the value of its bloated sale price, elaboration of the infrastructure of its means of distribution, etc. The meaning of historical work of art in a museum is similarly invested as dependent on the museum, on the complex forms and of this multiplicity of social things in motion. The Tate sponsorship deal with the car manufacturer BMW of a multinational banking giant, BNP Paribas, is integrated, appended parasitically into the meaning of Turner's Childe Harold's Pilgrimage, Italy. A more positive point of view might be that the work of art, distributed by somewhat rarer means that negate capital, is conversely positively imbued. What the gift asserts is that the market is a human phenomena of which no known society is unfamiliar, but whose regime of exchange differs from ours. The market is understood in terms that operated before the institution of merchants and before their main invention, money. Again, appropriating Mouse's essay for the purpose of attempting to maintain a resistant form of art practice, the understanding that prior to the economic market of institutions and money and the eventual unleashing of the free market, capitalist systems that were forms of exchange and contract inseparable from ethically functioning social relations, and these forms that preceded our own social formation can offer an example for resistant emancipatory social formation now. And subsequently, that there existed artworks produced and distributed unencumbered by the parasitic appendage of the ideological apparatus of the art systems, institutions, and infrastructure. The material contents of gift exchange, the actual gifts, as in what was given and reciprocated, that are admittedly of a secondary importance to the acts of exchange themselves within societies that have preceded our own, cohere closely with what we call art, the aesthetic phenomena which brings things into final form. This reiterates a close deterministic correlation between art and economic markets, then and now, but with a precautionary distinction, with art's relation to the economy, then defined as ethical, in contrast to the current manifestation of art's relation to the economy, now as defined as capitalistically in terms of being compatible with commodity, of value determined economically, etc. It might be argued that artists do not constitute wage labourers on the basis that their output has not passed through the historical process of commodification, and therefore their work is not commodity. The focus in societies that precede our own on the social relation of giving instead of the thing given abrogates the commodification of the thing given. Within the system of art, the wholesale focus on the object as distinct and somehow unencumbered by its total absorption into the market insulates it from becoming a commodity. Polanyi's contention is substantive, and the commodification of hitherto morally organised social relationships in societies preceding our own social formation of unregulated, unfettered capitalism commodifies everything, including nature and people, exploiting and exhausting any trace of their erstwhile significance. How can we seriously entertain the idea of art's ability to be impervious to the consequences of exchange, or being conspicuously determined by relations of exchange? That the vast majority of artworks do not literally enter relations of exchange and are more likely destined to be landfill or the parental spare room than the apparent prestige of the institution ignores the logic of those same failed artworks are made in the image of the successful few. But anyway, as soon as we start to assign the artwork with a value all of its own, distinct from the pecuniary or the economic or the commodified, we have to acknowledge that whatever this errant, sequestered, mystical, capital-resistant artistic value is, it may also be dependent on the entire system of art for validation. The artwork is the system of art, its historic continuity and its special province of production, which in the last instance always economic.
The exchange of gifts in the form of total services or prestations of the obligation to give and reciprocate in societies that prefigure our own constituted a moral form of exchange and is what produced their structures of authority. They were used to pay for the rank and the successive ascension of success conferred by the commitment to give, reciprocate, and the ability to outgive the giver within rituals that balance between obligation and disinterestedness. These so-called archaic societies couldn't be further away from the regressive state of affairs of the forms of exchange that comprise capitalistic societies' modes of exchange, of value attributed away from ethics and use towards ever-increasing levels of immorality, and exchange value extracted from an ever-exploited population, conspicuous consumption, commodification, and the resultant apocalyptic levels of alienation.
In contrast to the societies structured around gift exchange that preceded our own, the capitalistic society draws a clear distinction between members of the society and the things embedded within the society. This clear distinction drawn out by the Greeks and Romans invented the distinction between personal rights and real rights, separated sale from gift and exchange, isolated moral obligation from contract, and by way of genuine, great and venerable revolution, left behind the obsolete morality and economy of the gift, which was too risky, too expensive, too extravagant, encumbered with consideration for people, incompatible with the development of the market, of commerce and production, and fundamentally at the same time anti-economic. Prior to these European inventions, presents are still obligatory. Things have special qualities and are a part of human persons. With regard to the gift in early social formations prior to the development of the market, the things exchanged during the potlatch, there is a quality that forces the gifts to be passed around, to be given and returned, and the material objects of the contracts, the things that are exchanged in them, they too have a special quality which people give them and above all reciprocate them. The distinction between social interaction and circulation of objects, goods, cultural things is foundational in that it constitutes the condition itself a part of our system of property, alienation and exchange. The distinction between people and things, between real rights and personal rights, is not discernible in the society studied by Mauss and his colleagues. In these societies, all these institutions of gift exchange express only one fact, one social regime, one definite mentality, that everything, food, women, children, goods, talismans, the soil, work, services, sacerdotal positions and ranks, is material to be passed on and used in settling accounts. Everything moves back and forth as if there were a constant exchange of spiritual matter comprising things and people between clans and individuals across ranks, sexes and generations. Similarly, our society dogmatically distinguishes between obligatory prestations and gift exchange. Did the current society not pass through an earlier phase during which they were less characterised by such a cold and calculating mentality and transformed into an individual, alienated, growth-dependent social formation out of a phase of human development where person and things merge?
Mauss points out that the special quality or power that resides in the gift, in the thing given. He points out various rituals that existed and in some cases still persist of the recipient of an exchange of gifts attempting to rid the thing given of the trace or association of its giver or previous owner. And Mauss also shows how the connection between giver and the thing given in societies that precede our own and are deemed archaic by our own society remain incontrovertibly and obstinately intact, at least in 1925. Mauss also points out that in our own market-driven society that a moral conflict has been waged since at least the inception of industrial capitalism, that of an economic presumption of the producers to remain connected to the thing they have produced without having it extracted entirely from them, driven by the acute sense that their work is being sold without their sharing of the profit. Again, this exploitative pact in the foundation of a social formations abject alienating property in the form of an abstraction, and it is the same alienating property that divides the artist from what it is they do, from what it is they produce, culminating in the scandal of the rising value of paintings, sculptures and objects of art over the course of the lives of artists.
If it is at all possible that a consideration of gift exchange in societies that precede our own could function as a means of informing an emancipatory form of art production now, we slightly reluctantly suppose it would come down to an appropriation of sentiments expressed by Mauss in the gifts such as this. The thing given produces its reward in this life and in the next. Here it automatically engenders for the giver the same thing as itself. It is not lost. It reproduces itself. Beyond, it is the same thing, only augmented, that one finds again. Slightly reluctantly, only because the project, in the face of such a contrasting reality, might seem idealistic and fanciful. The idea of transplanting into our own art system, which functions at best as a kind of cadaverous state, the vitality of relations of production and distribution found in pre-capitalist societies that are not governed by the economic rationalism we so freely propound, probably bears all the hallmarks of a re-emergence of a residual culture as alternative, to be instantly subsumed into a dominant culture at the first sign of transition. But ultimately the reluctance is because the notion of the production of art, and importantly the means of reproducing the relations of artistic production, so inextricably tied to the market where one takes a thing objectively for a price, being unfettered by the market, if it is ever considered by the participants of the system of art, is inculcated and ingrained by the institution of art and its ideological apparatus to be impossible and therefore for pointless projection.
The above indented and italicised quote from Marx suggests, as does the entire essay, that the gift harbours some quality that is potent and effective to the collective members of the community in which it is exchanged, in which it circulates. Quote, the material objects of the contracts, the things that are exchanged in them, they too have a special quality which makes people give them and above all reciprocate them, end quote, from Mauss. One could assert the same charge for the artwork and similarity as Marx does for the commodity, but the nature of the artwork's potency and effectiveness is different, and the source of that difference appears to be the commodity. As stated above, the artwork is the system of art, its historic continuity and its special province of production, which is in the last instant always economic. But the artwork also appears to constitute a claim. One could define the artwork as the thing harbouring the property of this one all-consuming claim, that it constitutes a thing distinct from the realm of ordinary commodities. Problematically, the terms in which the artwork is apprehended by an audience are exactly those of the commodity world. How the artwork is distinct from the commodity remains buried beneath a ton of artwork rhetoric, but nevertheless the claim constitutes the basis for the entire ideological apparatus of the art system, its institutions and educational infrastructure, operating consecutively within this claim, which is everything in terms of the artwork's status, which is the material fact that the artwork is always reducible to an exchange value, no matter how conceptually separated the representation of human labour in the abstract, that, if not obliterated, it at least overrides its use value, which anyway always remains vague. Is there any way in which the artwork could be detached from its claim to be distinct from its exchange value, while being entirely encumbered, fettered by it through the archaic logic of a common form of ownership and gift exchange? Quote, as exchange value, all commodities are merely definite quantities of congealed labour time. Marx? Could the notion of an actual conceptual artwork as opposed to a merely thematic one be operative on these terms?
Just to reiterate, the notion of art as constituting a claim to not being a commodity, as it seems likely the apparent obviousness of the observation might diminish its actual significance for an art-producing and consuming community. Artwork's functions circulate the same as so-called ordinary commodities, yet apparently they are somehow distinct. The terms of the distinction are wholly esoteric and inaccessible. This seems to be synonymous with a form of religiosity and a complete abrogation of criticality. In terms of the validation of its output, this is the very best the system of art can do. And then we're going to add some bits from Capital and Grundrisse on commodities there. But, I think we do the. Can you read my torch?
Yeah. Part 3, exterior determination.
That's right.
Give you a round of applause. Exterior determination, economy, and alternative to seeing art as exceptional economically, maintaining a failed art practice. Art is determined economically. Art is an index to an economy. Art practice is carried out under pressure of a dominant effective culture, which sits hierarchically closer to the economic base that asserts pressure upon the output of an art practice that can inevitably only be predicted and controlled, produced in the shape of some contingent commodity-shaped whole. We think about artworks and educate young people accordingly in terms of whether the artwork is suitable for the apparatus of the art system, rather than asking ourselves or empowering students to criticise and ask whether the apparatus is suitable for the artwork they may come to produce. If an artwork is deemed by the system of art and its apparatus to be good or to be successful, it is only good or successful in the terms of the apparatus itself. This cynical inversion of the potential of becoming edified through endeavour, a corruption of an initiating thoughtful improvement within the relations of production of artworks, constitutes another working definition of art. It concerns art that may well be, at least as far as its production is concerned, alternative or oppositional to the dominant culture. It may be residual or emergent, but as far as its relation to the apparatus is concerned, it is inevitably incorporated, subsumed, and subjugated as a part of the dominant culture. It is arguable, if pointless, that artworks don't constitute examples of commodities like any other, but that their production and consumption is carried out as a distinct form of object, produced, consumed, engaged with, distributed in highly specific and special ways as objects, operative within a special province of production, and so negative accusations of being lumped in with the general glut of commodities are disingenuous and unnecessary. To paraphrase Lenin, art as it currently exists in a state of arthood and commodity form did not develop in absolute freedom but in absolute capitalist slavery, under which, it goes without saying, a number of concessions to the prevailing evil, violence, falsehood, exclusion of the unsuccessful wealth of failed artists have been embedded and reproduced. There's a suggestion of this in the above quote from Orwell, that artworks one way or another occupy a distinct realm of existence that operates beyond unsubstantiated judgmental theories and are instead presumably hermetically sealed off, constituting some capitalist-free potlatch.
Technically semantic discussions as to whether artworks constitute commodities amount to either no they don't, yes they do, or sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. See Nelson Goodman's When is Art? But either way, in the last instance, they are economically determined in the same way that commodities are. Artworks are not unencumbered and ring-fenced from excessive property relations, protected within their own self-determined realm or special province. Although there doesn't seem to be any reason why Orwell's contention that art operates distinctly from theories of judgment can't just as easily be levelled at ordinary commodities as at artworks, which, if anything, further affirms that artworks are not necessarily that distinct from commodities. This prompts the question of why artworks become so excessively reified. Admittedly, unlike with commodities, it is pointless arguing that the value congealed within artworks is based upon claims made upon the labour expended in their production, and that they are transacted on those terms. The value, monetary, aesthetic or whatever, of artworks is generally not calculated on the length of the working day and the resultant cumulative surplus value produced. But then again, neither is the content of the assorted social media platforms that do constitute a process of commodification reproduced and turned to profit out of the free labour of the users, who presumably maintain about as much free agency as artists. The value of artworks cannot be calculated by accounting for the time and capital invested in their production, like Brecht's Messinkauf or a devalued Damien Hirst-shaped commodity, deflating his diamond-encrusted platinum skull to the value of the cost of its raw materials. The success or survival, to use Orwell's word, of artworks are calculated only by the system that reproduces the infrastructure and relations of distribution that recognises their apparent success.
Just a cursory glance at the art world reveals the ways so-called successful art comes to realisation and survives. Exhibitions sponsored by automobile companies, fossil fuel giants and global banks. What does Bloomberg do? Basically, exhibitions tied to an umbilical cord of real estate and art washing makes it clear that art is determined by an economic base. The individual artist's work may never get anywhere near such honorific institutions, and in the system's terms remain a total failure. But the individual artist's work is nevertheless produced within the shadows cast by the light of the art world that is, in its current marketised form, accepted as an almost natural, socially formed force of production. The social formation that constitutes the art world is the product of the productive force of individual artists, but the drive for them to publicly expose their output, to engage as fulsomely as possible with whatever current formulation of the relations of distribution exists, allows this productive force to appear to be the artists themselves as estranged and distant from them, outside of their control. It directs them as passive agents. The more the artist engages with the current means of distributing their output, the more those means dictate their own production. Their own productive force works directly against them, prefiguring the production of their artwork. Only the dissolution of private property relations in relation to themselves as artists would resolve the individual artist's alienation from their own output. Problematically, their relations with private property also constitute the primary means by which artists justify and motivate their artistic practices, the drip feed of the institution of art's contingent opportunity structures. How would an overt consciousness of this situation help?
The conditions that determine the work of art are familiar, if not acknowledged or believed to be relevant, both within and without its specific ideological system. They are, as stated, conditions of alienation. The result of the pressures of the determining base upon the determined infrastructure. Most conspicuously, art is tied to the maintenance of property relations in the form of insanely inflated luxury assets in which capital is dumped, presumably giving the art-loving capitalist a better night's sleep. It is not necessary for the system of art that all artworks attain anything near this status. In fact, it's essential that only a carefully limited handful do. This is how the system maintains the illusion of scarcity that secures excessive pricing and the maintenance of the clown-like character of the avant-garde model of the artistic subject. Like any other hierarchical system, it only takes a few excessive examples to infect the logic they themselves have succumbed to upon the majority of wealth of failure below. A majority that will never engage with such excessive relations of distribution that constitute, in the system's self-aggrandizing terms, success. The productivity of the art system's participants is extracted a surplus of a logic of value based on exchange, ultimately for the benefit of the capitalist class.
Within the upper echelons of the art system, the adherents to the apparatus, commercial galleries, museums, media, etc., promulgate their views as if they were naturally imbued. Writing about art, writing as art, writing about art, etc., is effortlessly absorbed by the apparatus. For the proponents of this output, what the apparatus offers them is just about, although on an increasingly precarious basis, economically viable. They feel their contribution, although obviously absorbed by the apparatus, has the efficacy to change and shape the apparatus, to mould it to some extent in their own images as mediated by the artists they espouse. Artists believe the apparatus exists as a neutral sphere of potential opportunity for the benefit of their output, that it is creatively peripheral and distinct from the purified driving force of their art. The apparatus functioning merely a byproduct of the primacy of what they do as artists. They believe the apparatus has no influence over their work, but merely exists to win influence for it. This uncritical acceptance of an overwhelmingly alienating and disenfranchising role to play. Artists' relation to the apparatus is as some form of cognitive dissonance or full-blown Stockholm syndrome. For by imagining that they have got hold of an apparatus which in fact has got hold of them, they are supporting an apparatus which is out of their control, which is no longer, as they believe, a means of furthering output, but has become an obstacle to output, and specifically to their own output, as soon as it follows a new and original course which the apparatus finds awkward or opposed to its own aims. To quote Brecht, within the sphere of contemporary art, this negative process is insidiously operative in forms of what appear to be fair representations and diversity in the form of conspicuous inclusion of artists that appear to emerge purely on the basis of merit from minority groups who are in reality collectively subjugated and castigated en masse by capital's narrow doctrine, yet individually promoted as an ideology of art's supposed inherent progressiveness. What such evidence of success within the art system's upper strata of diverse cultures cynically conceal is the actual inherent imbalance of institutionally ingrained class division away from the glare of the institution's spotlight. The art world's thinly veiled version of an Obama effect that effectively obfuscates from the inequality of privilege and advantage takes the form of a historicist bourgeois glut. The democratic actuality that does unite all successful artists, irrespective of background, having reached the greatest heights of careerism, is that all artwork homogeneously and democratically, quote, becomes a matter of delivering the goods. Values evolve which are based on the fodder principle, and this leads to a general habit of judging works of art by their suitability for the apparatus without ever judging the apparatus by the suitability of the work, from a quote from Brecht.
The inflationary profits extracted from artworks, fueled by a competitive secondary market of scarcity for successful artworks, fortunate enough, blessed by the apparatus' approval to be sold, are commensurable with unpaid wages for the artist. In terms of art status as constituting an uninterrupted art historical continuity, that Damien Hirst does something comparable to what Gustave Courbet did, they just look different. The accumulation of profit or surplus value is enacted through an exploitation of the past. Value is increased by the ongoing rhetoric of the new and the cutting edge, etc., in relation to the continuities of art's historical progenitors. According to the logic of this accumulation of value, art is impervious to the passage of time and its usual fluctuations of value. Ordinary commodities and other less fetishized potential opportunities for dumping or accumulating assets as investment might be susceptible for the capitalist to risk associated with market conditions, but less so the especially endowed art object harboured within its special province.
Quote from Marx: the commodity form and the value relation of the products of labour within which it appears have absolutely no connection with the physical nature of the commodity and material relations arising out of this. It is nothing but the definite social relation between men themselves which assumes here for them the fantastic form of relation between things. In order, therefore, to find an analogy, we must take flight into the misty realm of religion. There, the products of the human brain appear as autonomous figures endowed with a life of their own, which enter into relations both with each other and with the human race. So it is the world of commodities with the products of men's hands. So it is with the world of commodities with the products of men's hands. I call this the fetishism which attaches itself to the products of labour as soon as they are produced as commodities, and is therefore inseparable from the production of commodities.
The expansion of the art world correlates with the increase in global financialisation of capital, generally its requirement of compound rate of constant growth. Capital, as a consequence of its requirement to continue and expand, relies ever more upon the credit system. Profit in the form of surplus value resulting from the exploitation of enslaved wage labour is by nature limited, but credit, the capacity to lend and borrow, is potentially limitless. Although art enjoys an equivalence for expansion and growth in the cultural shadows of the expansion and growth of the increased financialisation of capital, it could simply suggest that art has, by some sort of relative association, benefited from a wider economic expansion, that it functions like any other secondary peripheral economic system as a subordinate part of the wider economy without having any direct contributory role in producing any driving characteristics of the economic system, such as producing excessively wealthy capitalists. Growth as a consequence benefits the art world as it does the political class, while filtering through the art world strata, benefiting more successful aspects of it far more directly than others. Some people that write about art are insistent that art is exceptional, that it doesn't constitute a significant contributory force such as the world of commodities. For them, the world of art is distinct, and in terms of the economy, reciprocally and disengaged. Their apologetic argument formulates the following truism: art production is distinct from commodification. This is indicated because artists are not wage labourers in relation to the production of their artwork.
There does seem to be a distinct corollary between artworks and the increased financialisation of capital, in that the expansion of capital relies more and more on debt, or the creation of value not tied to the commodity of labour to produce surplus value or profit. If the artwork is not a commodity because the artist is not a wage labourer, then art is rather a form of debt. Otherwise, where does the monetary value come from? If not the consequence of profit produced from the surplus of the commodification of labour, then the monetary value of an artwork must be artificially constructed, calculated on various factors, but artificially imposed nonetheless, like debt. The artwork constitutes a form of credit, whether latent in the multitude of failing potential and as yet undiscovered artists, or manifest in the few successful artists within the sphere of the relations of art's distribution. The artwork is a commodity, disingenuous apologist arguments notwithstanding, perhaps not in the historical theoretical wage labour form, but as a form of credit, a commodity form more reminiscent of Del Boy's lockup stocked full of explosive inflatable sex dolls, merely awaiting the expansion of a suitably depraved and suicidal market.
That new artworks come interminably into existence shows that artists evidently succeed in reproducing the relations of their production. Equally is a truism that they do not achieve this on the whole through a direct engagement in wage labour. Indirectly, they are more often or they're not likely to be engaged in wage labour. As artists, they are likely to produce their artwork inside of timeframes spent outside of wage labour. Most artists tend not to be in a position where they can produce a work through the course of a day, sell it at the end of the day, and so reproduce their ability to produce another work tomorrow. But the fact of the matter is that all artists, not just those few who actually do succeed in living off the profit generated through the sale of their works, do continue to reproduce the relations of their production and continue to make new works of art.
Of the artists that succeed in reproducing their own relations of production through engaging in the apparatus of art's relations of distribution, the most egregious and offensive manifestations contribute an expansion of the credit system and the accumulation of capital's debt form congealed as value within luxury commodities. Art at this level can be used as a means of leveraging, or for that matter fixing or dumping capital. But how does this relate to the relations of the art world's production prior to its subsumption?
First, we continue to maintain our art practice in response to the context in which it is produced. That particular context should be judged on the basis of what its infrastructure promulgates as its highest achieving or most successful example. The reason this context of incorporated into dominant culture should define the parameters of judging all examples of output, as opposed to the majority of output's more direct and immediately relevant context of constituting examples of work unincorporated into the dominant culture. This plus all output is predetermined by the dominant culture, whether residual or emergent, of alternative or oppositional status, elaborated from the point of view of failing enclaves, or for that matter produced in privileged enclaves of blinding art world success. As opposed to celebrating some romanticised, misdiagnosed notion of effective avant-garde, it seems more relevant to promulgate a response to the very worst, most egregious aspects of a system's means of reproducing itself. The examples of artwork that have succeeded in engaging most effectively with the apparatus of art's relation to distribution, most commonly in the form of public display, publications, exhibitions, etc., have to be taken as representing the highest achievement of dominant culture, promoted by the apparatus or infrastructure of the system. An obscure example of art can only be seen as representing, from the point of view of the system, its more faded endeavours, as lacking some requisite property the system requires for validating or identifying, ultimately discriminating between qualitatively superior examples of art and inferior examples, even if it is determined by an equivalent context. The knowledge required to qualify making that distinction remains obscure and codified within the system of art itself, assuming such qualification even exists or is possible. But anyway, there is no reason at all to suppose, in the last instant, that the art world should be judged upon anything other than a few successful turds bobbing around on the surface, as opposed to upon the fetid soup of failed indistinguishable effluence beneath it.
Wage labour is required for the production of commodities. If artworks are produced distinctly from wage labour relations, and as artworks do accrue value, then their value might be created as a form of credit, a demand upon future speculated exchange value. Art contributes to the expansion of the credit system as contributing to the accumulation of debt. Artworks constitute a debt claimed on some future realisation of labour. The relations of artists' production are speculative relations. The speculation of value based on a demand upon some future labour, allowing for the realisation of past labour. In this sense, the artwork can be seen as a form of credit. It isn't the production of a new work of art that increases the capacity of the market, only its sale within the market that increases the capacity of the market. The production of the work prior to any direct realisation within the market contributes to a surplus or reserve of potential value, albeit in an inevitably unrealised form. The vast majority being condemned to perpetual storage or landfill after the annual clear-out, rather than the collector's vault. Capitalist accumulation constantly produces constantly produces, in direct ratio of its own productive potential, a redundant body of output, an output greater than the average requirements of the reproduction of the system, as determined in the last instant by the realization of artistic output as value. Therefore, the production of a surplus reserve of output necessary for the selective promotion of a small number of examples, valorized by their realization in value, determined by the market. When an artwork is sold from the point of view of its production or resale, etc., or purchased from the point of view of its consumption, investment as fixed capital, etc., then it eludes the reserve of surplus output, and consequently the market increases by the value of that particular artwork.
What ultimately defines an artwork as a commodity, as opposed to some exceptionally produced thing at the point of production and consumption, is the knowledge, understanding, state of mind, etc., functioning as an ideology inherent in the producer and consumer, the artist and the art audience, of what they are producing or consuming. In the same way that the factory worker knows what commodity eventually will come off the production line from which their labour is exploited for profit, the artist knows the output of their relations of production is similarly aimed at being realised by its public display and consumption. The worker knows this irrespective of the knowledge that the outcome of their daily toil might end up in landfill, and the artist knows this irrespective of the knowledge that the outcome of their practice might end up in an artwork equivalent, such as the Frieze Art Fair.
The market, including the art market, is wholly one of capitalist accumulation. The commodity is produced, as is the artwork for the market. The market's reach is immeasurably more pervasive than is the scope of successful works and artists. An artwork is far less likely to engage in the market's terms of successful forms of public display than the market is likely to spread effectively into those unsuccessful relations of distribution. Most artists are hamstrung within. That was the reading of what it was written. The open studio, local library or hair salon exhibition mark a clear limitation of the efficacy of art in terms of the art system's terms of success, in contrast to the efficacy of the market to intrude wherever it sees fit. If this is erroneous, it suggests that there exists a layer of artworks operative somewhere beneath the successful bobbing turns that are of an entirely different status to those clearly commodified objects as reservoirs of fixed capital. In other words, if one is categorised as art, the other must be categorised as something different. Bluntly, if the local library group show constitutes art, the bobbing turds ascending to the art system's surface constitute art hood.
That brass instrument can be purchased purely on a financial basis of the exchange rate of its raw material elaborates bourgeois consumption of aesthetic potential as a somewhat incidental detail. The trumpeter's trumpet is made of brass, but he'll hardly want to sell it as such, by its value as brass, as so many ounces of brass. The artwork is probably exceptional in some ways. This is evident for us by the fact that we can't stop thinking about how to go about producing it. But this does not stop its formulation as a commodity, it's simply on the basis of some vague distinction. The artwork is considered here from 2 points of view. First, in relation to the specific determining situation in which it is produced, then to an ideological version of that specific determining situation in which it is produced. Art is an ideology in which it constitutes a means, a relatively insignificant means, perhaps, but nevertheless a means by which the capitalist class legitimates itself. Heine Muller points out that in medieval Europe, the first task of an invading army in its attempts to sack a town or city was to slaughter the artisans and craftspeople. Similarly, a significant aspect of Israel's ethnic cleansing of historic Palestine has been the dissolution of Palestinian culture, dismantling of its libraries, cultural institutions, etc. Art is defined by its significance and its limitations. For example, this is what Lenin means when he states that Tolstoy's work reflects only some of the conditions of its inception, i.e. its relations to the revolution, because of art's status as the product of a specific ideological superstructure, i.e. the art world or literary world, can only describe an ideological version of what conditions, situation, etc. it is determined by. In this way, Lenin shows that Tolstoy's work represents an ideological version of the specific determining situation of the Russian Revolution from the point of view of the Russian peasant class, but not the determining situation itself. Failing to consider this can only result in an unchallenged, self-describing, autotelic and ultimately bourgeois approach to art. Ignoring that the artwork in actual fact has no relation to, as insidiously distanced or alienated from, the reality of its production that determines it. The artwork as the product of a system defined by closure may be influenced by, but is not and cannot be operational beyond its own system's boundaries. The bourgeois reading of artworks constitutes an index to its own inability to produce or consume artworks critically, its failure to communicate effectively, or its failure to communicate as a definition of what it is.
Two particular statements allow for a means of thinking about how to go about maintaining an art practice in current conditions. Writing about Tolstoy's limitations of accuracy in his literary representations of the 1905 revolution, the subsequent delegitimization of the feudal society, the decline of the old patriarchal Russia, and the establishment of a bourgeois Russia, and failure to comprehend that the development of capitalism is hourly intensifying and changing. Lenin states that, Statement 1, a mirror which does not reflect things correctly could hardly be called a mirror, end quote. In an apparently disconnected statement, Nicholas LUMPEN draws attention to the situation the artwork finds itself in relation to the knowledge in the form of real world, that it can only ever constitute a partial representation and indicate a limited relation between reality and ideological interior partisan intercession upon reality. Luhmann poses the question regarding operational closure of autopoietic systems such as art. Statement 2. How is it possible to have a closed system that transcends its own boundaries? End quote. These two statements coalesce around the notion that art's fallibility occurs around its inability to produce anything other than ideological versions of reality, and at best to elaborate the relation between reality and artistic references to it. Art's weakness lies in its ignorance of itself as constituting an ideology. It is this ignorance that does not allow it to carry the cause of its emancipation to any form of conclusion, to free itself of ideology.
The subjective relations of the production of art appear to mark another distinction between, at least potentially, objective relations of the consumption of art. But in reality, this distinction is of little use. The relation that coalesce in the production of art combine various subjective and objective aspects, and the same goes for art's relations of distribution or consumption or reception. With regard to art, the audience is no more an objective participant than the artist, although both appear to have the potential to start from a material objective basis to be objective prior to lapsing into ideology. The artwork nascently produced or consumed does designate a set of existing relations, and like a scientific concept, it does not provide us with a means of knowing them. In a particular ideological mode, it designates some existence, but it does not give us their essence. The purpose of art becomes one of trying to drag itself out of its ideological past, present and speculative future, again to free itself of ideology. Without acknowledging that ideology as a system of representations nascently imbued with historical significance and social, practical more so than theoretical function, constitutes a structure essential to the historical life of societies, sticking a shit light to all social formations, it will not be possible to act on ideology and transform ideology into an instrument of deliberate action on history.
According to Althusser, art maintains a very particular relationship with knowledge. The relationship is based on art being distinct from knowledge in an objective and scientific sense. In no way does art operate as a substitute for knowledge. Art might allow us to perceive something that alludes to reality, but not to know that which alludes to reality. The distinction between knowledge and perception is quite often conspicuous within the sphere of art. For example, Joseph Wright of Derby's An Experiment on a Bird in an Air Pump, 1768. What art allows us to perceive is the ideology from which art is determined, from which it becomes art, emerges as art, while always relating to that ideology. A given example of art offers an elaboration or indication of the ideology it refers to and from which it is produced. Art in these terms exposes or reveals the ideology from which its relations of production operate and are attached, but it gives us no knowledge of what it exposes or reveals. One would have to look in significantly less visual terms for such knowledge. Art does not supply us with any knowledge of the real world it refers to, but merely supplies the opportunity to perceive some aspect of the real world from the perspective of one particular ideology. Ideology operates through the entirety of the real world, wherever it is integrated with human lived experience. So through the form of art, the way we perceive ideology coheres with our already lived experience that is distinct from art.
The situation that art perpetuates constitutes an operation of internal distancing from itself with its own system. In that art cannot operate beyond its own system, it cannot constitute a form of knowledge, as it functions in a system devoid of knowledge. Art draws our attention to conclusions or realizations to questions posed internally, independently of the wider social environment. It is distinct in this from objective knowledge, which, in contradistinction, draws our attention to the questions posed that produce the realizations and conclusions. Art can only draw attention to and show us the system it aspires to exit, which being reliant on that system for its ongoing reproduction. Art can refer or allude to something from beyond the boundaries of the system that produced it, but it cannot claim an understanding or a knowledge of it. This situation that art plays out accounts for a significant element of the content of the individual artwork. That is part of a given artwork's meaning, which constitutes an inability to know what it refers to. The situation that is played out reveals to some extent a significant contradiction that pervades arthood, that artists tend towards thinking their art is distinct from market capitalism, while engaging their work actively in a system of market capitalism. The artist's work is supposedly detached from this internally within the system they operate directly within.
What special potency does art contain that allows it apparently to elude the system it belongs to? The system of art reproduces itself through selling the work artists produce. That the majority of artists don't achieve a level of career that facilitates the reproduction of their relations of production exclusively without other means of sustaining their subsistence does not deter the art system from reproducing itself through production, sale, resale, etc. An artist that produces work consistently without selling any of it still operates within a system where only a minority of artists do successfully sell a significant enough quantity of their output to live off, and is just as determined, caused, etc. by the same system. They just learn to reproduce the relations of their own individual production through alternative means of subsistence. How can art as a system of circulating commodities abrogate itself of commodity status? It is of course possible that the artist that sells is in fact operative in a distinct closed system from the artist that fails to sell or rejects the notion of selling work as a reasonable means of reproducing their relations of production. We can't reject this possibility if we are at the same time arguing for the acknowledgement of a distinct system of current so-called art production, arthood, from what are assumed to be its historical precedent.
Not wanting to spend too much time considering the following. As the more important concern, at least from our current point of view, is the status art maintains in relation to the real world, as opposed to how it came to achieve its particular exceptional status. But nevertheless, for now, it seems to be enough to acknowledge that its status has something to do with the individuality attached to its production as a one-off. That an artwork is, to some significant extent, the result of a relatively complicated series of decisions made by an individual, which distinguishes it from an object stamped out from the production line as one of an innumerable identically mechanically produced objects. This distinction results in the artwork being made more likely to absorb a particular level of sentimentality or unqualified and critical adulation. Putting aside the complication that a commodity straight off the production line is also the result of a similarly complicated process of decisions, albeit at a corporate level, or that works of art of a notational form, such as music or dance, can be distributed commodity-like in edition form, the same production line as it were. This exposes the clear distinction between production and distribution than a singular artwork, say a painting. The point, though, is clear enough.
Is it? I didn't notice it. The artwork, though, is apparently a distinct, exceptional kind of object, even if that distinction and exceptionalism is built upon insubstantial foundations. Art constitutes the most insubstantial of strata. Regarding the previous two sentences, art practice can continue to be pushed on if arthood is a valid proposition, even if at worst it constitutes a misnomer. If, on the other hand, arthood as a theory turns out to be an insubstantial sophism, then the compromised ground lies beneath our practice rather than the art system, which if the case, we would concede should be allowed to continue in vainglorious historical progression of exemplifying a contribution to what Wilhelm von Humboldt described as the absolute and essential importance of human development in its richest diversity, and the continuation of self-affirmation of art prizes, documentaries, Damien Hirst, Eddie Peake, Ryan Gander and the rest of it. But if arthood constitutes a reasonable description or evaluation of the conditions in which current artistic production plays itself out, then the system of art has to be acknowledged as a system characterised by maintenance, as opposed to one characterised by any meaningful notion of progress. It doesn't seem to be a great difficulty or a great controversy to allocate a state of progression to, say, Cézanne's wandering out around Aix-en-Provence, of him trying to get to grips with Mont Saint-Victoire, and in contradistinction to allocate a state of maintenance to the next solo show at Gagosian or the next group show at Cell Project Space, without ever bothering to initiate an argument for or against some correspondence between the contemporary and the historical examples given, or to elaborate some form of criterion of judging qualitatively between them. The systems in which these historically distinct examples are produced and reproduced are radically distinct and may bear little, if any, relation whatsoever.
In some imagined alternative scenario to the dominant forms of production and distribution, where commercial galleries, art school departments, as adjuncts to the corporate education industry, auctioneers, consultants, public art institutions, academies, collectors, asset management companies, etc., the entire marketised art system were to find itself decimated and consumed by a virus economania, leaving it in its wake only practice as opposed to career, relations of production disengaged and disassociated from relations of distribution. What beyond such a crisis of business as usual could constitute art? What would it be like if its production were not contingent on a predetermined commodity-shaped whole, defined by exhibition within the apparatus of a marketised cultural industry? What form might its subsequent relations of distribution take anew? What sort of art system might re-emerge from the ruins of the corporate culture laid waste?
Suppose the remaining artists left to pick up the pieces hitherto rejected by the erstwhile now defunct market-oriented art world, their survival assured on the basis of their failure to engage effectively commercially, could somehow uninstall
collective muscle memory of exhibitionism as the default mode of production. Within the erstwhile art world, a commercial gallery, for example, only gave the presumption of an idea of the necessity of reproduction. To supply something to someone, to some established apparatus, in the form of the drip feed of the institution, is its contingent opportunity structures, but obfuscated from its conditions and mechanisms to be usefully thought from the point of view of artists themselves. Once they'd unlearned the habit of producing their work in the shape of some speculative market-shaped whole, would their output constitute, within the context of an opportunity to renew the means of artistic production, the ineffectual approach of tinkering reform having been finally abandoned as futile? How to go about reproducing the conditions of production from scratch, as it were? Presumably the starting point would be one of acknowledging that every social formation arises from a dominant mode of production. In this imagined scenario, the actual work of the remaining artists themselves. To survive the social formation, this embryonic, inchoate art world must reproduce the conditions of its production as it produces, including the productive forces of the existing relations of production. The necessity to allow for the reproduction of the material conditions of production, the reproduction of the means of production, i.e. the requirement of time, adequate space, equipment, material, subsistence, etc., initiates the primary contradiction for art in its nascent materialization. Would it be an absolute necessity for this embryonic social formation to connect the relations of production with the relations of distribution, the reconstruction of an apparatus such as an art market through the realization of surplus capital? Is an alternative theoretically conceivable, and if so, is it practically possible?
Within the system of art, conceived in terms of constituting a closed social system or specific social formation or ideology, our crude theory appended to an art practice consider them more or less as a homogeneous lump. The requirement of a reproduction of the conditions of production is merely an idea that does not directly determine the output of artists. It just determines a prevalent general social reality of which they remain disinterestedly unencumbered by. But this lack of consciousness is not a symptom of art practice. Artists are not inherently compliant. Their submissiveness is generally instilled outside of their immediate production by the capitalist apparatus of the educational system or other institutions and infrastructures, where the reproduction of submission to already established rules and conventions of the ruling ideology of the ruling class are embedded and entrenched.
The competitive nature of the capitalist education system, and by extension the art educational system, ensures adherence and subjection to the established conventions of practice within the ruling ideology. The ideology pervades every social formation, and through the education system reproduces its adherents in the form of artists and artists as capitalists, managers and functionaries. Within these conditions, the artist learns to maintain their practice and integrate it in steadfast ideological subjection. The competitiveness that continues to pervade social formations, as propagated by the ruling ideology, no less pervasive in the closed social formation of the art world that subsequently increasingly constitutes a social formation that has very little space left in it. The Turner Prize being the most obvious example. In this way, the TP subscribes to perhaps the widest and most rampant fundamental capitalist formation, competition. The TP is a smooth ideological agenda, quote from Terry Atkinson. This obviously encourages a highly bureaucratic and professionalised approach to art and a strictly administered hierarchy that favours ruling class interests, and inevitable prioritisation of career imperatives over the maintenance of an art practice aimed primarily at its own amelioration.
In the last instance, art is determined economically. Predominantly ruling ideologies are realised within the social ideological apparatus and its adjuncts. The notion of the dissolution of the system itself for the rebuilding from the ground up of an alternative is quickly replaced with dreams of career, social mobility and the accumulation of an ever increasingly thin authority.
It would be difficult to consider the individual dissolution or liquidation prior to the subsequent construction of a revived system of art, of any of the specific ideological apparatuses that together constitute the totality of the system of art without the liquidation of the rest. Each individual ideological apparatus being to some extent determined by the rest, predetermined by some preceding or controlling economic content, or a political content determined by economic position. For example, the dissolution of the art educational apparatus is unlikely to be enacted without a simultaneously corresponding liquidation of the corporate financial apparatus of the art market, or the dissolution of the institution of art, the museums, public galleries, etc., taking place in isolation without a corresponding liquidation of the corporate financial apparatus of the art market. In other words, without such a dissolution being necessitated by a wholesale route of dissolution across all the facets of the entire system of art. Our classification of arthood as opposed to art is intended to imply that the dissolution of art system itself is, if not absolutely enacted, is at least significantly underway. Even so, none of the distinct ideological apparatus that both determine and are themselves determined by the art system seem to show any significant signs of deterioration. Warning signs one would expect to identify, indicating the imminent wholesale route of dissolution. If arthood is indeed defined by its inability to be taught, then it hasn't deterred the art educational apparatus from continuing, and in fact with the help of the corporate financial apparatus continuing to significantly expand. It is a characteristic of arthood that even in the absence of art, the system of art in which the absence dominates appears to function unaffected. The solution to this problem might be found in the light of the realisation that the distinction between art and arthood is a distinction generally not noticed, acknowledged or considered by the proponents, functionaries or participants of the system of art. The system essentially relies for its continuation on a collective commitment to an understanding and elaboration of art as an actual really existing entity that is in perpetual progress, a process of paradigm shifts, endlessly reasserting some updated version of an avant-garde. The art educational system in particular becomes a system constructed around its own reproduction as opposed to any potential significance in what it might produce. For the proponents, functionaries and participants of the system of art doesn't, and in fact cannot, as they generally wish to operate in a state of business as usual, constitute some form of Potemkin structure, constituting merely a job of maintenance of work produced, consumed, etc., without a prevailing framework or system, tasked with the reproduction of the appearance of the system's precedents in the absence of any of their erstwhile substance. But what disrupts the foregoing is a total inculcated difficulty of conceiving of the liquidation of the entirety of the system of art, of all its specific ideological apparatus. The ideological apparatus has its subsidiary offshoots of this plurality of apparatuses to which the ideological apparatus of culture, art, etc. is included and constitutes one distinct example. The purpose of all ideological apparatuses is united in reproduction of capitalist relations of production, of exploitation. The plurality of ideological apparatus consists of institutions, authorities in their various dispersed forms, administrative procedures, etc. They also maintain integration with other subsidiary apparatus such as family law, communications, education, which also constitute closed social systems, all of which act as agents of intervention overtly or covertly.
Dominant culture effectively constructs a specific configuration of the past into which the predetermined current emergent cultural output can be moulded. What defines the identity of the current version of artistic output is not a historical continuity but a consciously selected historical continuity that reproduces the cultural hegemony of the dominant culture. This selected, essentially artificial continuity is replication of historical precedents as a means by which the contemporary configuration of art within the dominant culture reproduces itself as valid, points to a situation where the social formation that constitutes the sphere of art operates as a job of maintenance, as opposed to a sphere of activity that is actually progressing in the formation of a new material here and now. A new material here and now, or is art a sphere, or a set of conflictual and shifting relations in which the decision as to the boundary between art and other social activities is a series of disagreements and discussions. That was a quote from Drew Mill. The process of selection is incremental but out of an immediate past and a current sphere of production. Particular meanings and values are emphasised and prioritised for survival as incorporated into the dominant culture, while other meanings and values are laid waste, neglected or excluded. But the process is represented by the ruling ideology as a natural historical continuity, where the most significant examples survive. Orwell perpetuates the fallacy of a passively occurring process of evolutionary survival when he states that, quote, there is no test of artistic merit except survival, which is itself an index to majority opinion, end quote. The following quote from Raymond Williams regarding tradition exposes the error of Orwell's attempt to protect Shakespeare's honour against Tolstoy's apparent insincerity. Tradition is, quote, an aspect of contemporary social and cultural organisation in the interest of the dominance of a specific class. It is a version of the past which is intended to connect with and ratify the present. What it offers in practice is a sense of predisposed continuity, end quote. It is the case specifically within the sphere of art that residual forms of tradition persists as groups, enclaves, etc., that essentially constitute the maintenance of traditional forms of production as opposed to notions of continuity of contemporary or innovative, etc., artistic output. These nostalgic, psychologically fragile groups that constitute a part of a residual culture, one can sympathise with their fragility, can be categorised as being in retreat, but may counteract that retreat by forming their own institutions as enclaves, in response to becoming isolated and neglected by a particular hegemonic development. What is left for such groups, for example Turp's Art School, the Essential School of Painting, etc., is a retrospective affirmation of tradition. Such hegemonically irrelevant groups are isolated and neglected as discarded elements by an equally irrelevant but significant hegemonic institutional development that elaborates and offers a version of the past, of historical precedents, used to ratify the present and point out potential future directions, which look, in terms of their substance, to all intents and purposes exactly like the past.
Regarding the internal dynamic relations of the processes and practices of the system of art, the internal workings of the closed systems of dominant and effective forms of production are unavoidably important in relation to these forms, particularly to the notion of the hegemonic. It is important to acknowledge the interrelation between development within the effective dominant culture, its moving, conflictual and shifting, developing constituent parts, but it is also particularly important to consider how these interrelations relate to the whole cultural process, rather than only its highly selected, dominant, economically determined versions. Not to isolate and potentially neglect forms of production other than only dominant and effective, such as the entire wealth of failure that constitutes the system's unsuccessful, neglected, excluded material output. The dominant culture is effective in its ability to reproduce the relations of its production to its direct access to the relations of distribution, but this infers the dominant culture is economically determined in its entirety.
The conditions in which art is carried out are a complex interconnectivity with political, social and cultural determining forces. The meanings and values that develop in response to these forces as they are carried out in actual lived experience as part of a whole social process are ever changing in response to wider social development as well as in changing relations with past historical precedent. But these developments should not be considered in the past tense as they are forming themselves in the present, in living continuity, interrelating reflectively and defining themselves rather than having been defined, forming themselves rather than having been formed. Art practice in this sense constitutes social process that is continuous, although within the social formation of art in its commitment to consider the process as formed, defined and completed, to push it as efficiently as possible out of the relations of production into the relations of distribution, or even to have the relations of distribution operate effectively well within the relations of production, is thought about as not social but instead obscure, private, individual, isolated, etc. The social process of art practice, although considered as sequestered in a private process, has its hierarchical structure of emergent, dominant, alternative, oppositional, etc., when indicating a wider social understanding. Such an understanding becomes more explicit in retrospect in an attempt to classify, organise and comprehend, often by diluting and reducing through the selective processes of the ruling ideology of the institution. These forces are driven and controlled particularly from the point of view of the ruling class, i.e. whatever goes on in the system of art is ideological in terms of a whole social process, constitutes the output of a system of meanings and values, the expression or presentation of which represents the interests of the particular class. This is to see culture within the context of this whole social process and allows for various inequalities, predominantly class-based, to prefigure all engagement in all cultural activity. With the extended concept of hegemony, Gramsci introduced the notion that cultural activity is constitutive of forms of domination and subordination. The concept of hegemony is more all-encompassing than ideology in that it puts a system of abstract ideas, beliefs, etc. to effective use. Culture as a part of the whole social process is controlled by hegemonic rule, and although the social process, the whole lived experience, is engaged with by artists, it is barely acknowledged. Yet they are practically organised and dominated by it. The relations of artistic production are predetermined by the relations of capitalist cultural distribution, and the falsity of the studio as neutral, of art as a special province, is the garden path up which artists have uncritically strolled.
The body of production that is produced as an ignored majority production of the system, and on which the dominant effective minority of production depends, needs further elaboration. We need to distinguish between both the dominant and the effective within the residual and the emergent. In order to define residual, following Williams' terminology, it is necessary to differentiate it from archaic. The system of art, like any culture, includes and reproduces elements of its past, though its effectiveness within the contemporary productive forces are negligible in terms of the relevance, potency, etc. Archaic meaning specialised, observable and potentially revivable elements of the system's past output, i.e. the progenitors of the contemporary elements. In order to disparage their significance and, more importantly, any correspondence between that then and this now, it's necessary to identify them. Without this attempt at identification by artists would essentially constitute a useless resource of past production that is appropriated as useful, essential and necessary.
On the other hand, residual constitutes elements of output that were initiated in the past but have persisted in their productivity and are presumably somehow relevant or effective in the present.
at least they remain active. The system of art, or any culture, includes practices that do not necessarily cohere in totality with the dominant culture, but are nevertheless practiced based on the residue of former developments or formations. Such residual practices may constitute alternative or oppositional challenges to the dominant culture. This is why the residual, as opposed to the archaic, is active and may not have been incorporated into the dominant culture. The effective dominant contemporary culture will necessarily seek to incorporate or subsume past residual practices. For example, much contemporary conceptual art practice relies for its validity and ratification on the residue of Duchamp's ready-made, Warhol's appropriation of common culture, etc. It is a requirement of the dominant culture to comprehend these practices. In order to remain relevant and retain its dominant position, it is necessary that the dominant culture incorporates elements of residual practice in order to reinterpret them and dilute them, to render them inert as opposed to oppositional and threatening. This is characteristic of the dominant culture. That it is selective, that it selects elements from the residue in order to selectively manipulate the character of the present dominant culture, that it constructs it as opposed to having it imposed upon it from alternative or oppositional forms of cultural practice. The purpose of the art system being primarily to dictate what the art system effectively consists of.
That the dominant culture is selected rather than somehow naturally or mechanically formed is conspicuously evident in the system of art. Here a careful relationship with the residual forms of culture is maintained in order to maintain the validity of the current culture in the form of historical continuity. Current or contemporary art in its dominant manifestation must connect with incorporated definitions of what art constitutes now, and specifically what it should constitute now. In the system of art, and perhaps it is this that points most clearly to the sclerotic condition, it is not only through the meanings and the values of the dominant culture, but also alternative and even oppositional versions of what art is and should be, that residual meanings and values are elaborated and sustained. Are emergent forms of art practice, in terms of new meanings and values, possible within the art system? If the answer is yes, it would imply the continuation of art is constituted, at least in part, by emergent practices. If the answer is no, it would imply arthood, i.e. internal closed reproduction, and something distinct from the terms of which art has been historically defined, avant-garde, revolutionary, etc. Then, a system cannot operate in the environment. It is distinct from the environment, but the system can expand and retract, conflict and shift, like a cartoon cat trapped in a sack, into and out of the environment. Full stop. As Williams points out, it is difficult to distinguish between those practices which are really elements of some new phase of the dominant culture, in this sense species specific, and those which are substantially alternative or oppositional to it, emergent in the strict sense rather than merely novel. If art constitutes a viable possibility in terms of maintaining a practice and not just the ongoing maintenance of a pretended structure, art is merely maintaining a continuous tradition, then a fundamental contradiction of artistic practice is revealed, that the incorporation of emergent forms of practice constitutes the predominance of already established forms of art practice, process of incorporation that limits what the dominant culture selects as emergent. In art, what poses as emergent is really just so many examples of industry recognition, acknowledgement, acceptance, etc. within the system, bestowed and validated by and for the reproduction of the dominant culture itself. The sphere of art is one in which progress is stultified and rendered improbable, if not impossible, in any substantive way, always reverting to its default position of maintaining the system itself.
An important implication of the selective nature of any dominant culture in terms of its use of the residual and emergent elements of its formation is that it leaves neglected a whole range of practice.
It emphasises that the dominant culture excludes what it does not select, and that the excluded wealth of failure significantly outweighs the selected emergent residual practices. What is elaborated through this process is the ruling definition of the dominant culture of the social formation of art, the capture of the social formation of art by the ruling capitalist class. It is obvious that this capture should be rejected, fought, resisted, etc., but it is equally obvious that it isn't. Through the variety of ideological apparatuses of the closed system of art, education, market, institution, etc., the bait of the system's drip feed of contingent opportunity structures is well and truly taken. The dominant culture's ability to access and infiltrate all levels of practice in its pursuit of incorporation is unparalleled. As capitalism becomes ever more parasitic and cannibalistic, the dominant culture as a compliant part of the wider capitalist social formation becomes, like capitalism itself, unrestricted in its potential to penetrate far deeper into all areas of cultural practice. The ability of the dominant culture as a thoroughly integrated operative extension of the capitalist social formation limits, restricts and reduces the potential of meaningfully alternative and oppositional emergent forms of culture. The processes of incorporation are streamlined to production line efficiency. Incorporation of alternative or oppositional practices over time are simply replaced by direct selection of emergent forms that immediately coalesce with the dominant culture's meanings, values and acceptable or capitalistic forms of practice. Needs brief definition of the SATS art. Forms of the SATS arthood become the active proponents of anything that even vaguely represents, in their ability to maintain at least distance from the dominant culture's apparatus, oppositional culture, from library exhibition spaces to corporate shopping centre, the art for the home market and Ronnie Wood's painterly output. So, yet, quote, yet even here there can be spheres of practice and meaning which almost, by definition, from its own limited character, or in its profound deformation, the dominant culture is unable in any real terms to recognise, end quote of Raymond Williams. The dominant culture is incapable of recognising Ersatz arthoudistic practice because it is not emergent in the sense of it being tied to incorporation. It doesn't recognise it. Yet Ersatz arthoud is the direct result of the fully integrated capitalisation of the dominant culture through, quote, changes in the social character of labour, in the social character of communication, and in the social character of decision making. Presumably Raymond Williams. It constitutes the product of the dominant culture's effectiveness. Problematically, Ersatz arthood is bound by its rejection and excluded determinism to reproduce conservatively and, in terms of constituting oppositional practice, ineffectually, such as, quote, elements of emergence may indeed be incorporated, but just as often the incorporated forms are merely facsimiles of the genuinely emergent cultural practices. Any significant emergence beyond or against the dominant mode is very difficult under these conditions, in itself and in its repeated confusion with the facsimiles and novelties of the incorporated phase. End Raymond Williams quote.
Of the ideological apparatuses that contribute towards the determination of the cultural or art ideological apparatus, primarily for the reason that it is the ideological apparatus that artists and the more progressive elements of the art world have failed most conspicuously to avoid, is the educational ideological apparatus. The failure of art to avoid or resist the educational or ideological apparatus, situated as it is now within the marketisation of education generally, offers another opportunity by which to define arthood. It also points towards a potential opportunity hitherto missed to explore theoretical possibilities for emancipated forms of art practice determined by the dissolution of the art educational ideological apparatus. An emancipated form of art practice would be one capable of liquidating the dogmatically ideologically invested conception of art production as a sphere of gut instincts and ignorance.
Thus it follows that the dissolution or liquidation of the system of art, of all its constitutive apparatuses, would be required for a genuinely new, inchoate form of art to emerge. The foregoing sentence might be idealistic, but it does acknowledge an important distinction between art and artwork. If we are to take seriously the contention, sometimes implied, sometimes explicitly stated, that anything can be art, then we have to acknowledge that at some undefined moment art becomes somehow undefinably different to what it had hitherto been. It would be unlikely that anybody visiting Turner's studio in, say, 1844, or for that matter Turner himself, would conceive of the palette used on a daily basis and perhaps hung on a nail in the wall as being constitutive of a work of art in its own right, even if it could be argued that in 1844, the year he completed Rain, Steam and Speed, that Turner's works in painting were closer to his palette in terms of the obvious progression of his work, exemplifying the visual disintegration of deconstruction from a criterion of identifying representation towards a criterion of identifying abstraction, and accepting this chronological transformation constitutes progression, than the works, say, of 1834, the year he completed The Golden Bough. The later work might be, in some simplistic sense, more palette-like, i.e. closer to the appearance of his palette visually than the reality referred to pictorially through the representational aspect of his work, more so than the earlier work that pictorially corresponds more than the latter work to the reality referred to through the representational aspect of the work itself. But it would still seem inconceivable that anyone would discuss Turner's palette as being constitutive of an artwork in its own right, the parameters of what constituted art then being more clearly delineated. We would argue this illustrates something more significant than art evolving or some such similar use of rhetoric. In 1985, Balthus produced a series of palette works that to all intents and purposes appear to be nothing more than well-used artist palettes completed with blobs of various coloured oil paint. These works were acquired by the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York in 2002 as artworks in their own right and are classified by the institution as art, specifically as paintings. The question arises, does Balthus's palette series constitute the same sort of art object that Turner's Golden Bough or Rain, Steam and Speed apparently clearly do? If the answer is yes, they do, the occurrence of significant changes within the classification of art has had no bearing at all on the classification art. If the answer, on the other hand, is no, they don't, some transformative change or a series of incremental changes has occurred at some moment or moments between 1844 and 1985 to 2002, and the classification art is appropriate for the latter transformed type of output.
In all likelihood, it constitutes a truism to state that in some very particular ways these two examples of artistic production constitute the same classification of art, and in some equally particular ways they do not constitute the classification art. The very fact of the resulting contradictions and ambiguities initiated out of this tautological question suggests that a new term is required if a meaningful attempt at understanding the conditions in which artworks are currently produced is to be achieved, thus arthood. Subsequently, we would assert categorically that within the sphere of artwood, anything can, indeed, be artwood. At this point, we are in a relatively secure position to assert further that if anything can be arthood, it follows unequivocally that arthood cannot be taught, that arthood constitutes an unteachable sphere of production. How can plurality, total, unaccountable subjectivity, i.e. anything whatsoever goes, be meaningfully taught, and by logical implication, meaningfully learnt?
If it is true that the art educational system constitutes an ideological apparatus, that what is taught in art schools is not art but in fact arthood, then the means by which the teaching of actual art could be reenacted, must be through a process aimed squarely at the liquidation of the art educational system as it currently exists. The complexities of the apparatus, the total assimilation of arthood, the wholesale negation of art at the expense of a closed ideological system of production and consumption, suggests that attempts at reforming the apparatus would be as meaningless as the
as the contents of the output of arthood itself. This suggests rather that what is required for the art educational ideological apparatus is its liquidation.
Skills, etc., in relation to art teaching are not a point of focus within art schools education. Skills in terms of facilitating the productive forces for arthood are indeed offered. Software to facilitate the production of arthood in the form of digital media, joinery such as the construction of stretchers to facilitate the production of arthood in the form of painting.
4 hours of driving. Time to take a break. No drowsy driving.
Okay, recording equipment, there we go, to facilitate the production of arthood in the form of film, projection, video installation, etc.
4 hours of driving. Time to take a break. No drowsy driving.
Skill-based teaching such as drawing or carving have obviously been legitimised or simply not offered. And if they are offered, only as some residual form of secondary or peripheral concern. The pedagogical situation in art schools can be formulated as art is not taught within the art educational ideological apparatus because art cannot be taught, learnt, etc. are in inappropriate terms within the context of the art educational ideological apparatus. Rather, what happens within the art educational ideological apparatus is arthood, and anything whatsoever can constitute arthood.
Art education constitutes a contradiction because where art has become to predominate in an infrastructure defined by total plurality, anything can be arthood within the apparatus that exists and is determined by the logic of a different, defunct sphere of realising the teaching of the relations of the production and consumption of art. The art educational system, the art educational ideological apparatus is simply not equipped to criticise, let alone reform its own determination, its own conditioning as an apparatus designed for the production and realisation of an entirely distinct form of output. All it can do in its abrogation of teaching art is to facilitate arthood in ways listed above, a sphere of production that can constitute anything. In this condition, it can merely maintain a cultural position of being perpetually behind the curve. At this point, it suffices to quote Althusser at some length. Why is the educational apparatus in fact the dominant ideological state apparatus in capitalist social formations, and how does it function? All ideological state apparatuses, whatever they are, contribute to the same result, the reproduction of the relations of production, i.e. of capitalist relations of exploitation. The educational apparatus constitutes an apprenticeship in a variety of know-how wrapped up in a massive inculcation of the ideology of the ruling class that the relations of production in capitalist social formation, i.e. the relations of exploited to exploiters and exploiters to exploited, are largely produced. The mechanisms which produce this vital result for the capitalist regime are naturally covered up and concealed by a universally reigning ideology of the school, university reigning because it is only the essential form of the ruling bourgeois ideology, an ideology which represents the school as a neutral environment purged of ideology. The school and the school family couple constitutes the dominant ideological state apparatus. The apparatus playing a determinant part in the reproduction of the relations of production of a mode of production threatened in its existence by the world-class struggle, end quote.
In order to answer the question posed at the end of the introduction to the present text, is the production of art possible in current conditions, where art functions ideologically as a closed, self-determining system, where, in fact, not art, but only arthood appear to be productively possible? The liquidation of the art educational ideological apparatus would need to be carried through. The purpose for the radical wholesale liquidation, the permanent cessation of all its activities, is that the reproduction of the ideological apparatus of arthood is best challenged by the dissolution of the dominant determining apparatus of its reproduction, i.e. the educational ideological apparatus. In other words, root and branch in contradistinction with Orwell's claim that ultimately there is no test of artistic merit except survival, which is itself an index of majority opinion, we would argue that art constitutes a closed system, the output of which cannot attain any definition of merit at all, whether based on survival or abject capitulation. This renders the notion of art education a misnomer. If art constitutes a sphere of activity that can no longer make any substantive claim for its ability to attain a criterion of merit or realistically allowing students' achievements as being worthy of fails, passes, merits or distinctions, in what sense can it be meaningfully taught? Clearly it cannot, and so the purpose of the fully entrenched art educational system must be one of merely maintaining the apparatus of the fully entrenched art educational system itself. We would argue further that it is the fully entrenched art educational system itself that reproduces art as a closed, meritless system. Would the system of art, distinct from its attenuated educational supplement benefit from a Tory-style programme of art school closures and the total dissolution of the art school educational system? Sorry, I'm going to read that last sentence again. Would the system of art, distinct from its attenuated educational supplement, benefit from the Tory-style programme of art school closures and the total dissolution of the art school educational system?
On the face of it, particularly for the average postulant looking for some notion of recognition, it appears the ideological apparatus that exerts the greatest weight of influence upon the system of art, determining its parameters most conspicuously, is the wider general notion of the institution of art, private and public organisations that exist by way of some relation to the art world, populated by functionaries and administrators ranging from the most cold-blooded and sterile, i.e. managers, the agents of exploitation, to the most art world savvy and networked, i.e. curators, all knowingly infiltrated with ever available, ever compliant, ever poorly remunerated supply of aspirants. These managerial bureaucratic upper echelons of the art system who operate as its active conceptive ideologists make the perfecting of the illusion of the system their primary function and career imperative, shaping an embedded narrative of the art system from the perspective of themselves as authoritative shepherds guiding an increasingly ignorant and infantilized flock of adherents. This imposes a reductive condition on the creatively active participants of the system, who, with regard to maintenance of the system, are generally more passive and receptive because they, in reality, constitute active members of the system and have less time to make up illusions and ideas about themselves. The institution of art supplies the template that artists dogmatically, subserviently adhere to. Forms of backward art that aren't determined by the wider institution appear to be, to the art world, as intellectually provincial, parochial, cringingly unadministered and demonstrative of the greatest affront of them all, unprofessional. But if the entire wider institution of art were to disappear, art production and some form would persevere. Art has clearly happened in societies lacking any advanced institutional structure, at least in its overblown, over-professionalised sense. The current system of art intimately knows it.
Paleolithic cave-dwelling societies of Central Europe maintained intergenerational artistic production that, according to Georges Bataille, began once the manufacture of tools got underway. The day-to-day monotony of toil and hunting as a requirement of subsistence appears to have initiated an intuitive desire for play, manifesting itself as imagery. Representational and abstract examples of art, such as those found at Lascaux or Altamira, were produced without the establishment of any oppressive institutional structure beyond the division of labour by gender, age and ability. Presumably the continuous nature of these Paleolithic communities' ability to pass down evolving skills to new generations generations indicates some nascent establishment of education being evident, entirely unfettered by institutional pressure being exerted from above. Art produces education. Art education produces authority, institutions, according to this trajectory, i.e. art education is constitutive of a condition of the institution of art.
If it is likely that art would, in some form, continue in the absence of what appears to be its most conspicuous defining ideology, it suggests that the institutional ideology in relation to art is parasitical in nature and pervasive, but ultimately, given the right conditions, expendable and potentially, consequently, perishable. If this is the case, another ideological apparatus must wield at least as effective a determining imposition upon the system of art, if not insidiously more. It's arguable the educational ideological apparatus already does, or at least it already does in relation to the institutional ideological apparatus. The dominance and effectiveness of the educational ideological state apparatus, in terms of its ability to reproduce social formations in its own image, is clearly and substantively illustrated by the example of today's racist, essentially fascist, ethno-supremacist Israeli society. Historically, ultimately prior to the incremental growth of the ideology that actualised the 1948 Nakba, enacted by the end of the British Mandate, the historic land of Palestine, as a part of an expansive Arab society structured around cities, towns and villages rather than imperialist notions of statehood, sustained levels of social and cultural integration and coexistence of various groups and faiths, Arab, Jew, Christian, secular, etc., communities and individuals. But it took the inception of the ideological state apparatus of the Zionist education system to almost entirely eradicate this balanced social cohesion, and with it any remnants of so-called and utterly oxymoronic progressive or left or liberal Zionism, oxymorons that preceded the full-blown right-wing extreme Zionism that dominates the current psychotic majority manifestation of the Israeli state and society. An education that successfully produces well-rounded groups of children, dismantling aid trucks and destroying their contents rather than allowing it into the mouths of a starving imprisoned population, is nothing if not effective.
It appears the educational and institutional ideological apparatuses correspond. It may be the case that in fact the educational ideological apparatus produces the institutional ideological apparatus, or at least precedes it, as a contingency in a deterministic, effective, conceptive sense. The substance of this appearance depends on the substantive point that if art cannot be taught, that the notion of teaching art is a misnomer, then the basis for this circumstance is that no criterion for the justification of art exists, which logically suggests the existence of the institutional ideological apparatus requires, is determined or elaborated by the educational ideological apparatus and not the other way around. The institutional ideological apparatus relies on the art ideological apparatus, and the art ideological apparatus relies on the educational ideological apparatus. Put another way, no art education equals no ideological form of art, which equals no wider institution of art. The substantive point being the educational ideological apparatus reproduces the art system as an ideology. For art to cast off its ideological shackles would require the dissolution of the educational ideological apparatus, abandoning the notion that art can be taught. This, it has to be said, for those immersed in the education apparatus, is self-evident within the ailing actual teaching aspect of the role of customer provision. The bureaucratic aspect of the educational apparatus continues to expand, while the teaching of art is reduced to a process of whipping up a pluralistic frenzy of creative activity.
The exact determining correlation between the ideological apparatuses of the institution of art and art education in relation to the system of art itself needs elaborating, but it seems clear that the art system sits between the ideological apparatus of education and the apparatus of the institution. both of which exert pressure and influence on the defining parameters of the system of art. Both of these apprehended social formations inform and are informed by the system of art, and so are located variously within and without the art system's boundaries. If it is accurate, or at least meets some identifiable level of verisimilitude to affirm that art cannot be taught, it can easily be asserted that art is unteachable. When we say art cannot be taught, of course, it can in the sense that teaching someone to fly unaided can be done. A teacher can encourage a student to stand on their tiptoes and flap their arms around as rapidly as possible, but the actual results are unlikely to cohere with the intended learning goals, no matter how well-meaning. Why is art unteachable? Why is it that there is nothing contained within art that is teachable? Clearly there are certain aspects of art that are teachable, technical, professional, commercial, practical, etc. aspects, but all constitute supplements variously attended to art. Without any of them, art can still exist. None are required for art to be art, hence Goodman's question, when is art? Rather, the fact of art, whatever it is, allows for or produces the various appendages. Art does not require or rely on them in any substantive way in order to exist as art. Examples of art located within Altamira's cave network, in order to be what they are, do contain teachable elements in terms of intergenerational communication, and so logic dictates that what trades under the term art does not identically correspond with what constitutes its historical precedence. The distinction between what constitutes art now and what constitutes previous forms of art is evident from paleontological artistic practices up to some relatively recent moment or set of moments in which unteachable elements, or rather elements that at least did not depend on teaching, emerged as alternatives to the dominant residual forms evident historically, back to zero, ground, Lascaux, Dada, conceptualism, etc. This, at least, if we don't define art as meaning simply looking back at what became before. The development from examples of emerging alternatives into dominant forms of culture themselves is indicated by their incremental incorporation into the institutional ideological apparatus, which pretty much coincided with the circumvention of the educational ideological apparatus, initiating its subsumption as an almost total ideology. This historical development is demonstrated in examples such as Duchamp's withdrawal of his own labour from the Society of Independent Artists exhibition in 1917, and augmented by Stieglitz's photographic synecdoche of the then avant-garde, antecedently foreseeing its later immigration to the financial capital of the world. A later example of full-blown unequivocal subsumption into the institutional ideological apparatus is Art Language's inclusion in Documenta 5 in 1972. In the Richard Muck case, the moment of the fountain's useful significance disappearing under the new title and new point of view coincided with a new thought for that object. The attribution of artistic value that could not be taught did not require teaching, and its attendant and alienated notions of authority and hierarchical institutional structures to be enacted as exemplified in Boyce's ill-conceived platitudes.
If what constitutes art now does not require or rely on its primary defining features being applicable to being taught, then the inclination of the educational ideological apparatus' response is bound to be one of
I can't see. Obfuscation.
Obfuscation, yeah. A tactical retreat into the system itself, a reinforcing of the boundaries and commitment to self-description and reproduction, professionalisation of theories such as practice-based postgraduate doctorates and esoteric specialisms, an oblique art that requires a correspondingly haughty infrastructure, masking its actual vacuity of distribution that proactively subjugates and substitutes inquiry from critical devotion by a submissive but self-important audience. Does art constitute a form of esoteric subterfuge. Esoteric subterfuge.